You fucking donkey!
Streamer returners. Hello. Hi, back. Okay. Let's finish this. Said it wouldn't be too long. So wait, what did the donkey? People do? I'm confused. Hi, Aquafunk. All right, so let's put a hole in this or fill this in, I suppose, unless they're still going for. Yeah, looks like they're all pretty much done. He's back. Hide the memes. I think you just made the memes. Anyway, we're back to, you know, filling this thing up with lava. And once it's full of lava, we can drown the 100 or so goblins that showed up this time. The first siege was like 600. The second one is much lower than that. Is docket science. I'm gonna pretend that that wasn't a typo because that's funny. Although depending on where you're shipping the package to, it might be rocket science. So my idea here is I wait for those last few pieces of lava to disappear. And then I build a wall all the way across here and just block this side. I think that's what we do. Is there a dwarf standing on it? Definitely possible. Why did you grab that boulder? There you go. That's what you needed. Perfect. Now that that's done, we go up here. We go up here. Machinery, gear assembly. Plop the gear assembly right there. So now we just wait. Yeah, no, of course I didn't notice the meme. Anyway, hi Alphos Art, what's up? Dreamer never notices anything. Whoa! That was a lot of quick lava. Holy shit. See how fast that fired? Look at that. Also, that's interesting. And it's only the one on the left filling. I'm sure it'll fill, and then the one on the right will fill. This is interesting. I've never built two pumps like this before. Huh. I can't do anything to speed it up right now without rebuilding parts of it, but we can do that later. Just curious if the other side's gonna fill. I didn't realize they had to compete for them. Interesting. Well, anyway. We're going to fortify that. I mean, not all of it. Just like up to there. And I got a little bit more to wait for that to disappear down there. So is the other side gonna fill? That's weird. I just thought that they would, like, both take from it. Huh. Interesting. I'm going to deconstruct this temporarily for a sec. Stop the bottom here from pumping, and then I'm going to remove something to see if I can speed up the flow a little bit. Because this pillar right here I want to get rid of. But I need to wait for this flow to speed up slightly. Oh, now it's working. Okay, so it does fill both of them. It just fills one and then the other. All right, well, we can do this adjustment later. It's just weird that it works that way. Regardless, though, we gotta wait for that to fill. And then this down here is now ready. This can just have a wall built in front of it, which we're just gonna make out of diorite blocks because I'm gonna come back and remove that later. And then we can let the goblins in. All right. Looking forward to this. All right, everything's hooked back up, meaning that should go back to filling at speed. But yeah, I guess what we need to do is we need to go into this in between sieges, and we need to remove that pillar that's in the way there so this can fill a little quicker. But this is currently filling a lot slower than I thought it would. Oh well. This side over here is full. And this side over here is filling. There it goes. Look at that. That's what we need. That is, in fact, what we need. Is that an alpaca? Someone's pet baby alpaca. Not the cat. There you go. All right, let's just let that side fill. Take a peek at this. We need all those wall pieces to be done. So if you're lurking, chat, you might want to wake up a little bit. Baroness Consort of Bodice Gorged is visiting. Pretty sure you've visited me before. You're probably going to die. So you can have ASCII lava and actual lava. This seems optimal. No. They suspended the construction of a wall. You're headed to bed, Pilot, or are you just saying that you're sleepy? I don't know what that means. Because, like, it's pretty early in the day for you to be headed to bed. Seems like a good day to eat a lava cake. All right. That's practically full. Just need this to be done. And then we can open her up. So once this dwarf finishes that, it's time to lock the dwarves. It's 1 a.m. also at work. It's 3:45. Also at work. We're all at work. Speaking of at work, investments are open. Get at it, Diamond. It's your opportunity to score it big. So when are you going to write your book on how I earned 1 million tickets in less than 1,000 hours? And then we pull this lever. Let the fun begin. All right. The goblins can move to the fortress now. Let's see if they've started moving yet. Oh, they've started moving. So the goblins have just been standing in this corner of the map, right? They've trampled all of the plants here, and it's just sand now because they've been there for a while. That's one of those little features about Dwarf Fortress that I just love. We're following Asno, the troll. Seems to be up at the front. So this is going to be the first real test run of this fight. Bellinair, you're here just in time for the fireworks. What were you playing today? I completely missed your stream. What were you playing today? Cult of the Lamb. How was Cult of the Baby Sheep? Hey, Cheshire. You guys don't know Bellinair. He's a Finnish lad. He plays video games over at twitch.tv/Bellinair. But you're here just in time for the fireworks. So, just gotta say, it's good to have you guys here. We are currently about to dump all of this lava inside of my wall onto a bunch of unsuspecting goblins. And maybe also a few unsuspecting trolls. I'm not sure exactly where they're at right now. Ah, there they all are. They're taking the long route. It looks like. I don't know why they're taking that route, but they're taking the long route. Hi, Infinity. How are you? That wombat is very scared of those beak dogs. That poor wombat. It's gonna get pecked to death. Oh no. Have I sort of let them into my fort? No, I haven't. That's awkward. If they were smarter, they could probably get into my fort. But I could still burn them, so that's fine. Actually, if I lock this door... Yeah, this will be fine. They're not blocks, as in they're not mineable, but yes, the red is liquid lava. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have lava blocks. It just has lava. It's like, it's a liquid. It's not like Minecraft where you can pick up a single cube of it. But, welcome. Yes, the red tildes are the lava. And, not to be confused with real-life lava, which currently looks like this. This is happening in Iceland right now. Couldn't get the right word for it at the moment? Gotcha, yeah. But yeah, no, we are currently... Well, that was a very smart troll that stepped on the one weapon trap I happen to have right there. So we are probably going to have to fight with the first few trolls, which I'm totally okay with. That's kind of the point of this base setup, is that I have to station some of my army there to kill the trolls, while then the rest of it just... Iceland's getting bigger again. Yeah, how dare they keep making their landmass larger? God damn it. I wish my country could grow too. So, I think that having impenetrable defenses is no fun. So we set it up so that the trolls get in. But most of the goblins, we have to kind of wait for them. Here comes some more beak dogs. Here comes some more. Perfect. My dwarves are gonna go out to the side there. And brave Manom here, the sword master, gets to finally try out that sword that they've been training with for so long. With their iron shield and their steel short sword, they charge in, and yeah, it's a lot of pieces. A few more are coming around the corner in a moment. Looks like the swordmaster stabs the troll in the head with a steel short sword, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull and tearing the brain. I think that it's dead. Hey, Mark. How's things? I like how the troll was completely unconscious before we stabbed it in the head. The past exits wishes to reside in Threatdweller for the purpose of entertaining citizens and visitors. You know what? Sure. Why not? What, the head and the brain? I mean, nobody needs a brain. Our industry has proved that. All right, stuff flies to pieces, more stuff flies to pieces, more stuff flies to pieces. By the way, so were you playing the full Cult of the Lamb? Like the whole game? Or were you playing that demo again? Because I know they've had various demos and tests. Why do trolls run so fast? Well, anyway, this goblin seems to have gotten up to the front of what you can play before release. Gotcha. Could we claim to be citizens of Doggerland and attempt to reclaim it? I don't understand the reference. Anyway, Bosa's made it through. Good for you, Bosa. Welcome to the Stabby. Goblin? What goblin? What is that piece that just flew out? Oh, it's an upper arm. Great. So, Bellinair, at PAX West this year, Zach and Tarn are doing a talk and a live demonstration of the Steam version of Dwarf Fort, which is kind of awesome. I'm not going to PAX, but I'm going to watch that stream and, I don't know, make video out of it. I'm seeing if I can get Kit Fox to do a local recording. Okay, it looks like Those two are going to be the last two mostly that we're going to have to kill. This is a much small... This is like a normal size siege, but it feels so small. Because the last two were like 600 plus. This is a very small siege in comparison. It's like when you're used to 400 unit sieges, and then you get like a 100 unit siege. All right, dwarves. I need to back up pretty soon here. Still too spread out. As long as, like, the bodies are landing back here, though, it's fine, because then it's self-cleaning. And the dwarves are like, oh, looky! More goblin to annihilate. How are you doing, dwarves? You good? You good? Killed 3 trolls and a goblin. Killed 5 trolls and 3 trolls. It's 2 a.m., you're off to sleep. You have a good night, Joshua. Okay, we'll let these dwarves rampage through a few more, and then we'll pull them back. Say hit this crew right here. Splat. And this goblin and this troll. Run away, dwarves. Run away, dwarves. All right, they all back up. And now we just let the rest of them enter. And once we let that line across there, then we can seal the whole thing off while the dwarves sprint out of the exit. This right here is going to be the last of the ones that we let in. Once that cluster of goblins there are in, we slam the doors and pull the central lever. Okay, they move in, they move in, they move in. 2 more. 1, 2. Perfect. Pull both the levers. Pull both the levers. Two of them turned around. Well, they're smart. And bunk. And then this goblin's like, oh my word, what just happened? Now we just got to get that bottom one because they're all going, oh boy, okay, well we gotta go through that side. All right, who's coming to pull the lever, Dwarf? Looks like it's Stone is coming to pull the lever. All right, Stone, make it quickie. We're in a hurry here. We need this lever pulled sooner rather than later. Just keep sprinting, just keep sprinting, just keep sprinting, sprinting, sprinting. Just gotta outrun some beak dogs. There's beak dogs getting close. Thunk. And some troll corpses about to go flying, so. Whee! Okay, well. Anyway, we did it. So now we just need to pull the fun lever. So, wake up and smell the charcoal. Let's see how effective this is. Just need the dwarf to go pull the lever in the center of the temple. Chat, can I get a round of beers for all of the goblins about to burn? Because 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It actually, like, seized up the game for a second, too. Damn. Not bad for test 2. And all the blinking things are currently burning. Hey, Phineas. You made it just in time. You here for the barbecue? Hope things have been good in your neck of the woods. Roast gobos is your second favorite. Wait, what's your favorite then? Did the lava go through that wall? Yep, because I fortified it. It's not a solid wall; it's a fortification. So it's got like basically battlements or holes that dwarves can shoot through or jump through or whatever. So they don't need to wait for it to go all the way to go to the bottom. Are they locked off from leaving? Oh, absolutely. Why would I let them leave? That seems like a bit of a waste of time. So one of my favorite little things about Dwarf Fortress that most people will never notice is if you look very closely at the areas where stuff has already been torched, you'll see boiling blood exploding because the skin boil, or the blood boils inside of the burning corpses, and before the burning skin ruptures, yeah, like that just happened right there. The bodies explode. So if you pay attention and you see little bits of this, boiling goblin blood. Goblin boiling blood. Yeah, the dwarf milker necromancer keeps showing up. Frequent visitor. Drinks some brew and then leaves, it seems. Doesn't seem like a particularly unpleasant individual. Don't really know him, though. Anyway, I guess we can open this up. Clearly, that necromancer romances milk. Clearly. Hey, we've got a glassmaker who's possessed. We're gonna go make glass, I would assume. But anyway, what you been up to, Dr. Phineas? It's good to see you. Things have been good. This is a Threatdweller, which is in the same world as the Crimson Pulley stuff that I did a while ago. Magma glass furnace. And immediately runs off and starts grabbing stuff for artifact, which is a good sign. Meanwhile, the rest of these dwarves are dumping all of this stuff into lava down in the basement. So, being very efficient about it, it seems. Yeah, this end bit fills up a little bit too slowly, I think. We've got to do some backpacking? Oh, hell yeah! Been playing Celeste? Gotcha. I'm doing all right, Freeways. Today's better than yesterday. I had a rough day yesterday. I was in a bad mood the last 2 days because we've had record heat a couple of times. And alongside of that, we've had record humidity. So we had a couple really hot days, as well as the highest recorded humidity for Vancouver ever. And that equaled, I didn't sleep basically at all for about 3 days in a row. So I just lay awake in bed staring at the ceiling just like, until like 4 o'clock in the morning a couple of days in a row. So I was in a terrible mood yesterday because I basically didn't sleep for 3 days. But doing better now. Doing better now. And I get to go on a hike this weekend, so I'm excited. Anyway, there goes the last of them. But yeah, a big life hack for Dwarf Fortress is fortify walls if you need liquids to flow around them, because then they'll just go through them and it's way faster. Like, this would have filled up quite a bit slower if I hadn't fortified that. but this is already probably deep enough that I could just let it finish filling. Anyway, that's the last of the siege. It's kind of dark, actually. I mean, how many of them are actually left alive? Still, there's a lot of them in there. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. They're all just in this tiny zone. There's 17 of them in there. Wow. Hide in the corner. There's no longer 17 of them, I can tell you that. Yeah, that... There's no longer 17 of them. You bet that chamber smells amazing? I'll bet that chamber smells like nightmares and death, mostly, but... And smoke. Is that all of them? I think that might be all of them. Nope, there's apparently a bunch of beak dogs left. Are they all there? Okay, yeah, there's still apparently a bunch of beak dogs here. Somewhere. Now there's just a troll left who's currently on fire. And there's no longer a troll. All right, the fight's over. We won. Pull that lever. Now we just wait for a dwarf to come pull that lever. Oh, they did, and I missed it. And on the topic, a dwarf has begun a mysterious artifact. Let's see, they used llama wool cloth dog leather, diorite blocks, iron blocks, 3 rough red spindles, and rough green glass. It's gonna be a glass artifact. All right, now I can just pull this lever. And we can go back to previous activities. Which is just going to open this at the end here. If you see those blue explosions, those are blue, not goblins. Those are the explosions coming from dead trolls. All those dead bodies. Oh my god. Anyway, so the lava now flows off the map. And the whole siege is gone. Perfect. And let's get rid of the rest of the garbage. Got a piece of white chocolate with cake with cream cheese icing. Ooh. I mean, so on the topic of delicious desserts, we discovered that chimney cakes exist this morning, right? Which I've never heard of and apparently are like a European thing. After a Google search on my lunch break, I found a place that sells chimney cakes in Vancouver. It's called Belgian Desserts, which is, I guess, fitting. So, maybe I can find one. Thanks, Formula One podcast, for telling me that a dessert that I've never heard of exists. This is the most efficient way of getting rid of garbage. These dwarves then take all this stuff. Now I know what to do tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm kind of busy. Maybe Saturday. Tomorrow I've got a lot of work stuff I need to do. Run it all down the stairs. And then into here. Then they throw it in there. Wow. Phycod, the glassmaker, has created Ritharn Isek, a green glass throne, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's our first artifact chair. It's worth 92,400 Zethal. Tremels sieged. I need to sneeze. Oi. This is a green glass throne. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with dog leather and encircled with bands of rectangular red spinel cabochons and iron. This object is adorned with hanging rings of red spinel and menaces with spikes of green glass. Red spinel, diorite, and lemon. Lots of spikes. Lots of menacing. Much menacing. Very spike. I think that is going to go into the tavern. Then if we get a king or queen, that'll be the king or queen's throne. But anyway, all of these items literally just get thrown into the volcano. Or the semi-formed volcano underground. So they just haul the items through the crowd. All this stuff just goes straight down underground. It's very efficient. Very much quite efficient. Also, I just got welcomed to my chat room again. It's like Twitch chat's busted today or something. Oh, also, Pilot, I'm not sure if you were listening at the time, but this arrived. So, get to do that tonight. After we do the appropriate cheese running. It's shiny because it's still in plastic. Plastic will be removed, though. I'm amazed that there's stuff that's still able to rot in here. But yeah, the beauty of a design like this is once it's all drained, once it all drains, the only stuff left will be iron armor. That is the beauty of that design. All right, we need to brew more drinks. Probably need to work on more cloth. And we can just give the dwarves a bit of time to chill. Sure why there's miasma right there, but there is. And the lava mostly flows off the edge of the map right there. All right, so back down to the coffins. I had somebody tune in earlier today who thought that these were bedrooms, and they were like, 3x2 bedrooms? How opulent. I was like, well, actually, these are for the dead. These are coffins. These aren't bedrooms, unfortunately. Well, I mean, they're bedrooms of a sort. so if we hit an aquifer, I'll stop digging. Otherwise... All right, so now that goes there. Perfect. Go make more coffins. And also to make this thing drain a little quicker, I can also pull this lever. And if I want it to drain even quicker, I can also pull the other one. But we're gonna let this side drain a little quicker. Oh, it must be snowing. Because I'm seeing... Well, first off, I'm seeing snow pile up, but also I'm seeing the... Sometimes the lava gets like psss and some steam comes off of it. It's because of the snow landing on it. Thunk, lever pulled, and whoosh. This side too. So that'll help it drain quicker. I mean, it'll just kind of billow out and spread, but it'll help drain. It's weird to me that there's still miasma back there. That shouldn't be there. There shouldn't be miasma back there. I don't know, that's weird. It's gotta be like a dead corpse somewhere that didn't quite get burnt. But yeah, that's my anti-siege defense. It's not impenetrable, so it's still fun. But now that we've been sieged, I think it's time to go hit them back. What do you think, chat? They've been hitting us enough. So Listen Jackal, I think I took out with a previous fort. These are the guys that are attacking us. Let's go for... let's go hit something that's small population-wise. We can also go after the tower. Are they all just 100? I mean, that one's 5,000. Let's go after this one. Singed Cruel. We're going to send 2 squads. We're not going to loot. We're not going to loot other items. We're just going to take important treasure, and they're going to go get them. And so 2 of my squads are now heading out to go raid. Good luck, dwarves. Chat, we need a round of beers for these dwarves going off to war. They're such brave souls. Very proud of them. I love how they go in completely different directions. Like, these guys go this way for some reason. It's not a very safe route to take, boys. Lava decides to occupy your tile, then you... Okay. Ooh, no one wants to be at those... in those, tombs on the end that are just all dirt. Also, I love just these 2 fucking zombies in my prison. There's something about this that's very entertaining to me. Implicates somebody. Who, though? Who? All of these are just stuck on implicates somebody. Because we don't actually know who committed them crimes. We don't actually know who committed them crimes. Not yet, anyway. Maybe soon. Okay, I gotta say, this is a kind of a heartwarming comment. So I uploaded a video of a game called Revolt. And I mentioned this in the video as well. So like, complete transparency. The only reason I made a video out of Revolt was so that I could add the game that I purchased, like because I purchased it, to like as a tax deduction for the end of the earth. It's the only reason I made a video out of it. But it's a game from my childhood, and I played that game a ton when I was little. And I just received this comment that, or about an hour ago, I received this comment that just says, I never played the full game as a kid, but I probably played the demo from Train Town. Train Town? Don't know what Train Town is, 100 times. And we don't get anything like those old Sierra games anymore. Which is, I don't know why. That's because I got the demo from some PC gaming magazine. I sort of stole it. So I used to get, I think it was PC Mag. I can't actually remember which magazine it was, but I got some sort of PC gaming magazine 3 months late every month, and I would get it from the library. So I had this thing where like 3 months after it was out, I would get that issue from the library, and it wouldn't cost me anything. Unlike, you know, subscribing to a magazine, which costs you money. So instead of subscribing to the magazine, I got it from the library, and I would get them late. And I received this, at one point I received a copy, and it still had the demo disc in it. I kept the demo disc. So chat, I ask you, is that theft? That I kept the demo disc? I don't know, you decide. Am I a bad person? The answer's probably, but curious to know what you guys think of the ethics of taking a demo disc out of a library copy of a magazine. Possibly. Nope. I think they should, like, it was the only, like, but they, every other time I received them, they had the slot where the demo disc would go, and the demo disc was never there. So I assumed they always removed them or somebody would just take them. But that one I took the demo disc, and it had Revolt on it. Winter is upon us. There's a special place in hell for me. Oh, I know I'm going to hell, and it ain't special. I'm going to hell for very fucking boring reasons. My raid came back? No, it doesn't seem... No, I don't see the icon. Oh, no. This might make sounds, and I'm sorry in advance. Yep, it did. You're going to hell for things, not least disrespecting your parents? Yeah, I'm not going to hell for disrespecting my parents. I like my parents, but I'm going to hell for other things. I mean, according to Catholicism, I'm going to hell purely for the fact that, like, definitely never gotten married. Definitely had sex plenty of times. So, yeah, by that logic, I'm going to hell for very boring reasons. But it also depends on whose definition of hell you're going to, on like what day of the week and how generous they feel at the time. Nice brush fire. It's actually not a brush fire. That's coal that's burning. Because there's a lot, like all of these deposits along here, these are all coal. Lignite. And it burns for a year. What's the point of life if you don't enjoy it? Oh, because like religion is designed to make you feel ashamed of your body. You don't think you're making it to Valhalla? Haven't killed enough people. Yeah, it's supposed to make you feel guilty about your body and feel guilty about things that you do with your life so that you constantly ask for forgiveness so that you stay in the church. Because our religion is a cult, but, you know. Shout outs to that person who says that they can never watch my streams because of my dangerous, immature, slight, and violent opinions on religion. You're not a poet, skald, or a warrior? Well, get to it. Go be a keyboard warrior or something. There are two people that have left comments on my content over the years, Hambloco, that I will never forget. There's that one person who said that they can never watch my streams because of my, like, inappropriate takes on religion. And then there's this other person who said that they are going to, air quotes, I'm going to stop watching your streams and never come back because only unintelligent, potentially violent, and uneducated people will play first-person shooters like Doom while I was streaming Doom, right before I started streaming Doom 2016. Because Doom 2016 had released like a couple days before that, and so I was like, I'm gonna play Doom 2016 because I want to play the new Doom. So I streamed the new Doom. I streamed the entirety of it. It was good fun. Had a good time. But that person was just like, I'm gonna stop watching your streams now and unsubscribe because like only uneducated and potentially violent people will play first-person shooters like this. Which is the most confused I think I've ever been by somebody's take on video games. They're speechless? I still think it's hilarious. What was even funnier was after, like, talking with this person for a minute, we found out they were, like, not an adult. They were, like, kind of a kid. When you were in Catholic preschool, they taught you 4 to 5-year-olds that the stairway from heaven to hell, and when you're born, you start at heaven, and every sin and good deed contained is... Okay, so here's my alternative theory. When you're born as a baby, you are evil incarnate, and we have to teach you fucking manners, because find me a baby that would do anything for anybody else or anything out of the kindness of their own heart. They don't understand the concept of kindness. They are villainous, evil little monsters that just want to scream and poop on shit. And we have to teach them to be nice people. Not you're born like a beautiful, perfect snowflake that nothing bad ever happens to. That's not how that works. They got it backwards. And I didn't go from being an asinine little shitter that wanted to watch the world burn to being a like decent person who actually like cared about other people until I was in my 20s. It took like 20 years for me to get that far. So, frankly, I don't know. It was an awful early childhood. I was raised like pretty religious. Went to like Lutheran Sunday school for most Sundays of my life. Anyway, the raid returned and they brought us spoils. So let's see what we got. The Plank of Nations slipped into Singed Cruel undetected by the Wraith of Morass. Morasses. And the Occult of Seduction. And we stole livestock from Singed Cruel. What do we get? We got a bunch of beak dogs. Excellent. We're eating beak dogs for lunch, boys. Hey, we have no meats, too. That's perfect. Yeah, I believe you. Pablo. Been there. Wasn't fun. Yeah, I don't know. I actually have extremely nuanced takes on religion. I just choose not to because it's less entertaining. It's the kind of thing that you hear in documentaries about the first Doom or something. God, people talking about the first Doom making people violent is the cutest thing you could possibly do. Because it's like, anybody who's seen Doom for like more than a few seconds knows that the content of that game is no worse than like half of the stuff in the MoMA art gallery. Like, it's just there's look up any paintings of like a demon and it's like, well, okay. Also, you're literally the good guy. You're removing the demons. It's like, even by the logic of like, oh, it's depicting violence. It's like, sure, but it's violence against things that we should all want destroyed, right? Right? But I don't know. if demons did exist, we'd want to, you know, destroy them all. All right, let's go flatten. Woo! Pits come full circle. The Goblin and Other Topics. A Poem and Glory. The Gutter. Principles and Practice. A Hidden Meaning of Poison System. More Struggle. Exploring the Goblin. The Secret of Doomnames. Allied Steel. The Principles and Practice. All right, we're raiding this place because they got books. Go get them, boys. Except I don't want to steal other items. Sending out another raid because I want their books. And iron bookcase 20. Make some bookcases. We're gonna have so much melting items to get done. Set all this to be melted. Set all that to be melted. Squads head back out. Good luck, dwarves. I think the... Yep, melt metal object is still active. Hi, Arch. How are you? We've been making seared goblin tacos. Do you want some? I mean, all that lava is the result of it. Trying to think of cool taglines. I don't think adults are capable of thinking of things that are cool. Unfortunately. This is why we're never considered cool. Although on the topic of things that are cool, I made a short. Go watch a short. Goblin go wee. Beak dog has been slaughtered. But anyway, yeah. What are you working on taglines for? Otherwise, I don't know if I can help. Trying to think of other things I can work on. I guess, like, let's just see if we can go get some more adamantine. All the way down to here. All right. Not really an easily accessible spot. Well, this is gonna cancel its movement a couple times, but... Actually, hold up. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just take this way. The bio stuff we talked about? Oh. I like how you're just like, I'm going to come up with a thing, blind. And then I say, okay, can't wait to see the thing. And now you're like, indirectly, blind, help me come up with a thing. I don't know. Just, honestly, what I would do is just write the thing out as best you can. And then for things that you can't come up with stuff, write placeholder, bracket, and then post it in the team Discord and we'll all take a look at it. Fuck you, gosh. I know I did. I'm offering assistance. I'm saying post what you got, and I'll give you feedback. Man, this guy. For those of you who don't know, Arch is part of my stream team chat. You should go give him a follow. He'll stream Dwarf Fortress once it has pretty pixels to look at. You have a point. You do, in fact, have a point. I'm also giving you a shout out, so be happy about something. How about this? Arch, I'm going to distract you with live stream of a volcano. I'm very rarely happy about things, but this volcano makes me happy. Gaze into the cleansing fire of Mordor. Slaughtering beak dogs. Weird forgotten beast still doing its thing in the basement. Still cutting through walls. The huge. You know, I will. So, chat, who here remembers that brief period of time that the artifact directory, that card game that Valve made that everybody wiped from their memory for good reason? Does anybody remember that brief period of time that people were just streaming movies in the artifact directory for no reason? Aside from that, they were streaming movies in the artifact directory. Well, during that very amusing period of Twitch, somebody streamed in the Dwarf Fortress directory the entirety of the Lord of the Rings. Wasn't it? I mean, some people were streaming porn. I was watching Malcolm in the Middle. But, you know, if you wanted to watch porn on Twitch, you could. But I chose to watch Malcolm in the Middle. And every time the stream would get taken down, it would pop back up in a couple more times with that Malcolm in the Middle, watch along. And it was a great time. Anyway, somebody streamed in the Dwarf Fortress directory the entirety of the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy. And the stream was always, it went down a couple times, obviously, but the stream was always titled Dwarf Fortress Cutscenes. And I just, shout outs because that was just funny to me. All right, chat. In the early winter of 224, the Plank of Nations attacked the Doom of Tix of the occult seduction at Doomdames. The dwarf Kib, faithful Floyds, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Ulang, evil splashed, and Kib outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Chat, can I get a round of beers for these attackers going to battle? Led by All right, The dwarf, Tekud, clashed with 24 trolls in Doomdames, slaying 10. In the early winter of 224, the disemboweled sabers, led by the dwarf Kib, clashed with 9 goblins, slaying them. In the early winter of 224, the goblin Zixpass happened upon a dwarf Ineth. Zixpass' left upper arm was ripped off, probably, by the dwarf Ineth, voice mirrored. You have an actual beer? Yeah. What else happens? Anything exciting? Lots of, like, fights, things getting smashed, arms getting ripped. The goblin Bak's left cheek was slashed out by the dwarf Edom. That seems, like, unnecessary. Just stab him in the head. Investments are open, chat. The goblin's upper leg. The goblin Snang's upper leg was ripped. The Gilded Messiahs, led by the dwarf pilot guy, clashed with 14 trolls, slaying 10. Well done, dwarves. And they get to return. Did they not have spoils? No, guess not. There's a bit of adamantine there. Also, if you're not able to think of anything, Arch, we can have a brainstorming session at the meeting on Sunday. Although, it is early for you. We should be good to just cut through that. What the heck are they? Ah. Throwing all this stuff in stockpile. You want shit ready by then? Too much on your plate, ATM? Well, then eat up. If your plate's so full, like, finish your food. Or don't, like, get so much from the buffet. Gosh darn it. Arch, I think you need a vacation. Just putting it out there. All of the armor and weapons and stuff come in and get picked up. 4 more weeks would be nice. I said Arch needed a vacation. Fenian, you've had enough vacation. Back to work. Come on. You'll have plenty of free time at this time? Oh, so you haven't had any luck in the job search? Hey, man, just give full-time Twitch a try. I'm sure you'll do fine. It's amazing, actually, how much streaming a lot increases audience, but... Went to the new Indian place that opened near work for lunch day. So happy you were able to get a vindaloo and naan. Ooh. I can make pretty fucking good naan. Naan's really easy to make. Yes, no, you're not wrong. But hey, you can spend your time during the day looking for gerb, and then the rest of your time streaming. Although, you know, honestly, I know so many people who've tried to just go full time at, I feel bad saying this, but at your viewership, with lower viewership, and every time it's just like, every time I see it, it's just, like, it's just instant facepalm. It's like, I True. Goat. Well, it's the acquiring of the goat that's difficult. You got 1 more week, then you got 11 months minus 1 week. At Xmas of Grand. Xmas at Xmas of Grind. I don't know what that means, but... I choose to simply have a job where I don't get any time off, and I don't get guaranteed pay, and I don't get guaranteed anything, so... But, you know, the difference between that and jobs where I actually would... No, I don't understand why it's the Christmas of Grind. What's that mean? What's Christmas of Grind? I like grindcore, so I'm down for some Christmas of grindcore, but I don't think that's what you mean. Oh, true. Okay. What, like a halal meats place? There's a few different halal meats places around here. I don't buy meat unless I'm in a restaurant, so. Although I'm probably gonna break that rule soon and get me some like corned beef, because as of like 3 days from now, will suddenly have 4 liters of sauerkraut. So I'm making me a lot of Reubens. I think that's the only real appropriate thing to do, John, honestly. Why is there a lava right there? Fucking go away. Oh, okay. I understand. yeah, I don't know. It's nice that you get vacations. Vacations are for people with real jobs, though. And as somebody who doesn't have a real job, no vacation for me. But he says that as I took a vacation this year, so Hold on, I've been pretty public about this. I don't like long vacations. Taking long vacations just, I don't know. I don't like it. I like lots of short breaks. I much prefer this work 3 days a week and never really take a vacation than taking vacation lifestyle. I'm just going to stick with this as long as I can do it because this is working pretty good. So yeah, I'm going to have to break my own rule about not buying meat and get me some corned beef just because I need to make some good sandwiches and buns and things. I need to get me some rye bread. I need to get me some corned beef. I need some pickles. And I'm good to go. So excited. Literally just waiting for some lava to go away. Check coffee? What? What did you do? Corned beef. Is that you paying for my corned beef? Log into paper. The whole point of the coffee is that I don't check it. So. Because it doesn't have alerts. But thank you for the corned beef fund. You shouldn't be giving me money. You're about to be unemployed, sir. Oh, sweet. I've got an email I need to star and mark as important. There we go. Received an email from my landlord, which is the DocuSign thingy that is my lease for next year. Yay, I get to say that, yes, I am in fact okay with paying $60 a month more for my rent. Grumble. Was that our OnlyFans? Well, I don't have an OnlyFans, so it'd be hard for you to give me money on OnlyFans. I actually just I realized the other day that I have an OnlyFans account, and I just deleted it. Because I was just like, I received an email from OnlyFans. I was like, what the fuck? How did that happen? I don't recall making an OnlyFans account, and then I was like sitting there, I'm like, I must have been really stoned. Anyway, I then like looked at the account, and was like, well, I guess I just have my name on here. Anyway, and then I just deleted it. Like, it wasn't hooked up to any other account or anything. It was just like, I made an account and it had my name. So if anybody wants to go take my name on OnlyFans, I guess you can go do that now. Theoretically. But I didn't want them sending me emails, so I just unsubscribed and deleted the account. Corned beef is really good in specific situations, and if you get it from a can, I wouldn't eat that either. Corned beef is really good if you can get it from a good source, and I have a butcher close to me that makes some really fucking banger corned beef. So yeah, I will go to the butcher and I will buy their fresh cut corned beef, and it's pretty fucking good. No, we're good. Just the normal rent increase. As good as that can be, but... In my opinion, like, there's, like, 2 good ways to eat corned beef, and one of the 2 is a Reuben. You haven't seen it anywhere else? It's the sort of thing that you'd get in a butcher or a deli here. That happens frequently. That's also why I own pajamas with weed print on them, like the cannabis leaves. Definitely didn't buy that while sober. But the benefit is they're comfy as fuck, so I didn't return them. I bought myself, it's like the first pair of PJs I've owned in like a decade maybe. Like I'm very much like the I sleep in my underwear kind of person, but I bought that while not sober. So now I have pajamas. I see nothing wrong with this. Frankly, I think I earned it. You know what makes you curious? What? Why do no content creators run paid ads? Oh, wait, you mean like ad segments? I've seen content creators run ad segments. Or like a video that you just like play in the stream. I've seen that too. The problem is finding a company that's willing to pay for it. What's pajamas? It's this thing that you wear when you sleep. Like sponsor their own content on other platforms? Like, okay, so yes, content creators do. The Call of Duty community does that quite a lot. But what money do you think that I have to do that? I've looked at how much those ads cost. In order to get a noticeable amount of return from that, you need scale. Me paying $30 to get an extra 1,000 likes on a, or an extra 1,000 like impressions on a tweet ain't gonna really get me shit. Also, promoting tweets is a really good way to get your account blocked if you're a content creator. Do you know Dwarf? YouTube guy, used to do a lot of Call of Duty stuff. You could look him up. He mostly does vlogging these days. He did a bunch of that, and he was friends with a guy I used to work with. And I ended up in a couple of like voice calls with him on Discord and Ventrilo back in the day. And I remember him complaining about running paid promoted tweets on Twitter and saying whenever he ran a promoted tweet about a vlog, they did fine and nobody seemed to notice and he didn't get any interaction, but they got a lot of clicks. And he never got any followers off of them. And he said that whenever he promoted anything related to Call of Duty, he just got blocked by a lot of people. So yeah, I don't know. Why don't content creators run paid ads? Because most content creators have no money. And also the only person that I've ever seen running YouTube ads who's a content creator is Mr. Beast. So going over some numbers for your resume? Sure. Okay. You're going to need to elaborate a little bit quicker than what you're doing because you're just making me roll my eyes even harder back into my head. Remember how I just said you need scale for that stuff to be effective? But go on. Make your point. We're gonna melt down all of this shit. Because the only people looking for our content is organic. Like, chat, I've got a question. What are you more likely to click on? An ad being shown on a YouTube video of a game that you may be tangentially interested in, or a recommended video? I know that this isn't the best pool of audience, but just for the people hanging out in this stream right now, what are you more likely to click on? A promoted tweet of a streamer saying I'm live, or a link to a streamer that you already follow who's live? What are you more likely to click on? An ad for a streamer on, like, if say I promote an ad on YouTube for my streams, right? or let's say I sell an ad on Twitch for my streams, right? Are you more likely to click on the ad for my stream? Or are you more likely to wait for that ad to finish and then go into the chat of the streamer that you're about to watch and say, what the fuck? This dude's promoting himself in ads on Twitch. That's fucking stupid. If I promote myself in an ad on Reddit, what are you going to do? Are you going to click on the ad, or are you going to leave a comment saying, fuck this guy self-promoting himself on Reddit? The reason it works for large companies is because large companies can just do it at scale and push past all of that. But if you're somebody like me, all that it's going to do is get me harassed by people going, fuck this guy. Only place you like ads is Instagram, and they're usually good. I wish that Instagram would disappear, but... And I think that's why content creators rely so heavily on content is... You're not listening to the caveat that I'm saying, Arch. It's not that ads don't work. Ads absolutely work. They need to be at scale. Every single time I've ever encountered a content creator that's promoted themselves in YouTube ads, the only thing they've gotten from it is harassment. So, like, if I had a marketing team and a community team to eat that, we could absolutely promote a bunch. We could be like Ninja and put up fucking bulletin boards, which he's done. Dude's fucking put up billboards on the side of highways for his stream. That dude's done that. But I don't have that scale of an audience. Like, billboards are cheap. They're fucking like $300 a week. Like, I could buy a billboard. But I'm not gonna get any traffic from it. Instagram is a dinosaur that just refuses to die. You're confusing Instagram and Tumblr. I don't see how, like, sure, if I invested all of my income into ads and then just completely ignored my DMs for a month, maybe. Instagram is terrible because they're owned by Meta, and everything that Meta does and owns and exists for is terrible. So I refuse to agree with you, Arch. This is my hill that I die on. No, Tumblr isn't dead. It's very much not dead, but Tumblr... Does Tumblr have porn again? Did they put the porn back on Tumblr? Most social media is terrible. Point made, Dragona. You gotta separate the art from the artist. Yeah, I don't know. I don't... The reason I wouldn't think that ads would work, or the reason I would assume ads wouldn't work for content creation is the only time you can do that is when you have a large enough audience that the organic traffic isn't working anymore, because all that ads get you is harassment. All that ads would get you is harassment. Granted, keep this in mind. I'm judging my audience here. My audience tends to hate ads, right? Who here likes ads? Does anybody here like ads? Instagram ads don't count. Who here likes ads? Just say, I like ads. If you don't like ads, say that you don't like ads. I'm just curious. Show of hands. So this is probably the worst audience in the world to, you know, ask whether or not an ad would work. So it's like the worst pool we could possibly have for this sort of questionnaire. So I do accept that statement, but... But in my experience, the reason content creators don't use ads is because unless you're already massive, the only thing ads get you is yelled at. You like watching funny ads in foreign languages? True, Japan's ads are pretty great, but I don't think those are quite the same thing. Although, here's a thing, Arch. I would be super down with promoting our podcast through some sort of advertising. If we could convince our teammates to help us fork over the money to do it and spend it evenly. That I'd be down for. Like, promoting the website or the podcast. You want to know the worst? You used to do 4, 8, and 10 hour relaxation videos. Wait, like ASMR video? Like just like 8 hours of relaxing street sounds kind of shit? I wonder what that costs. I have no idea. You're the expert in that. Although, like, a lot of podcast advertising is you pay other podcasters to advertise your podcast. That's a lot of podcast ads is like, oh, you advertise your podcast on another podcast. But you don't usually get ads. Good. That's the way it should be. I mean, you'll never see an ad with or without an ad blocker on this channel unless it's like sponsored content. Yeah, the primary way to advertise a podcast is on other podcasts because people are already in that ecosystem. I listen to a food podcast, and they have a Patreon tier which I think is $80, and it's just they will give you 3 ads, one ad on each podcast for the week. That's all that the tier is, which is pretty cheap. They don't have a huge audience. I've thought about promoting like something completely unrelated to my content on their podcast just for fun at some point. Like, just write them a fake ad copy and be like, read this fake ad, please. How else would you know about telemetryduck.com? Yeah, or Squarespace, or you know what's funny is I've heard so many ads for telemetryduck.com, and I don't actually know what it is because the only bit of that sticks in my memory is telemetryduck.com. Is the URL. I don't actually know what telemetryduck.com is or what they do, but I've heard bajillions of ads for it. So it's podcast advertising. Actually, podcast advertising is like the one type of ad I don't mind. And the reason I don't mind them is because the vast majority of podcast ads are read by the podcast hosts. And that's like, if somebody wanted to offer me a sponsored deal where I didn't have to show anything, maybe leave a link, and once an hour I just read an ad copy like a radio show, I'd be weirdly okay with that. Because then I could like pick and choose specifically what it is, what the imagery looks like, and I could control everything about it. But because everything's like, oh, integrated video promotions or thing pops up on screen or any of that stuff, it's like I'm significantly less interested. You don't usually view content from people who do that not because of that. It's just that the folks you tend to follow don't do that, mostly because they wouldn't make any money from it. So here's a thing that I can show you guys. I just have to grab it in a way so that it doesn't show anything that I can't show. Settings. Where's that? Where the heck did it go? Trying to figure out where that ads deal thing is. Twitch, where are you hiding this stupid shit? It helps that I don't ever look at it, so. Under channel? Nope. Partner? Maybe I can only view it at the beginning of the month. I think it might be. Anyway, in exchange for like 8 minutes of ads per hour, Twitch was like, we'll give you $100 a month. Per hour, 8 minutes. Jesus fuck. I wanted to show you it, but it's apparently already vanished for the month. I don't know where Twitch hides it. So. There we go. Twitch chat interface, you don't know if you screwed up or if it screwed up? What happened? Does it look funky? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I have to construct certain goods. Let's see if this is safe. Bubbity. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of other reasons why I wouldn't do ads. I think it more or less just comes down to money and scale. It's like, there was a point in time eons ago where I was managing a web page that we paid for ads for. And it's like, we'd have the budget for, it was like 50,000 impressions, right? We'd pay for, this was back when I had a real job and was not streaming at all. So this was a long time ago. But we'd pay for like 50,000 impressions, which wasn't nothing. It wasn't a huge amount of money, but it also wasn't nothing. We'd pay for 50,000 impressions, and we'd get like maybe 5% of that back in clicks. And most of them would be like, what the fuck was that ad? And like, you know, we had a graphic designer and people working on stuff, and it's like, that's kind of my experience with ads, is just people getting mad at you for putting the ad there in the first place. And I feel like the worst thing that I could possibly do for my stream would be to throw money at a thing that brings less pleasant people to my stream. That doesn't seem pleasant. So, I don't know. It's a weird subject to think about. Your reply tag seems to tag a different person than you thought I clicked. Yeah, okay. On my screen, you didn't reply to anybody, so. Oh, I see. You thought that you replied. You know, my fix for that is don't use the reply feature on Twitch because it sucks. Just at the person you're talking to. Someone called me a boomer in a Twitch chat the other day when I wasn't streaming for adding people instead of using the reply feature. Like, oh, what are you, a boomer? I was like, no, I just think that the reply feature is bad. The reply feature on Twitch is not a good feature. That's why. I'm trying to think of other dumb shit I know from podcast ads. Stamps.com, that's one that I know about from podcast ads. But I don't know. Weird conversation. After that, it behaves completely backwards from what would make sense. Yeah, which is why I just at people who I want to talk to. It's great for like an ongoing conversation. My actual issue with the reply feature, Seer Sky, is when I reply to somebody, the text is too small and too opaque for me to see it properly. So I often can't tell who's responding to people, or like in this case, didn't even notice that Frog for Hire responded to or tried to respond to Infinity instead of Verana. Like it's like I didn't even see that text because it's too small. It's just a poorly designed feature. Unfortunately common on Twitch, these poorly designed features. You know, on the topic of ads, I was listening to Jeff Gerstmann's podcast a couple days ago. It's like not the most recent episode, but it would be the episode before, so this would have been like a week or so ago. Listening to his podcast, which is just him talking for 3 hours, by the way, about video games. And he got to a point where he was going to start asking or reading off user-submitted questions. And he has an email, which people can submit questions to. And the first email he had was from Raid Shadow Legends. And he goes, keep in mind, this isn't a business email for business inquiries. Basically asking if he would stream Raid Shadow Legends. and read out it was like $4,000 they were offering him base plus X number of dollars per sign up. And he goes, well, that seems like a horribly manipulative thing. And he goes, I understand why I see so many ads for Raid Shadow Legends now, because people need money. Anyway, then he deleted that email and went on reading his audience questions. And then he went on like a little ramble about why he likes podcast ads, but like won't do any other kinds of sponsored content. He's like, because with podcast ads, number one, it's very rarely related to games, which is the kind of ads I'm comfortable with, because like I talk about video games critically. The second I'm paid by, let's just say Team 17, which I have been, to do something, everything that comes subsequently from Team 17, I'm already somewhat biased because they've paid me before. So I don't feel comfortable talking about any Team 17 games critically because I got paid 400 euros to stream on their channel for 8 hours once. What's the light blue stuff? Adamantine. And that's just how my brain works when it comes to this industry. It's like, if I can pick exactly what the ad is, control exactly what the ad is, know exactly what I'm selling to my audience, and can say no to individual advertisements and individual advertisers, I'm completely okay with having ads on my stream. Or any content I make for that matter. But the problem with like every single ad company and every single format of advertising in this industry, so let's just use YouTube as an example, I have no control. Like I read comments about, man, fuck the NFT game ad I had to watch this video. Great video though, and stuff like that. It's like, I want to be able to go through and like, I would actively make less money on YouTube if I could pick and choose what ads are shown. And that drives me fucking bonkers, and I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Yes, we've burned several sieges of goblins, doing quite well. Quite happy. Go nuts, serious guy. Someone needs to get me off of the subject of ads, because this is something I can just ramble about all day because I hate ads, but I acknowledge that there's something that I more or less need to tolerate from time to time to do this job. Well, actually, if somebody wants to pay me to put a ad read in the middle of my videos, I'd unmonetize the video. Anyway, 18 human caravans in the first summer. Oh, did you make tribute demands with all of them? Just send like a recruit to every single human faction in the world, just be like, give me tribute, and they'll be like, no. And then they leave. Give me tribute. No. Okay. Give me tribute. No. Okay. And then they all just trade with you anyway. Yeah, it's a fun strat. I like doing that. Yeah, and then they show up. Yeah, they always show up like it's either the first of spring or the first of summer. Investigating Florida trip for the launch, and you might end up passing on this one. It's going to be a complete zoo, and the timing is bad. Why don't you come hang out in Vancouver, and we can go drink beer instead? It's a little further, but the game is running at 20 FPS. That's fine. I mean, hey, if you don't want them to keep showing up, just like steal all of their stuff, and then they'll stop showing up. They might also invade you, but nah, side effects. It's fine. Is that a depressed elf? I guess having your leg ripped off, and your spine permanently damaged is enough to piss you off, eh? I guess it's probably way too far. The launch happens at 8:30 a.m. and the parking lot for visitors center opens at 3:30 in the morning. Do you know Metoro on Twitch? He goes to the vast majority of those launches. And looking at his Twitter account, I can confirm that shit looks like a zoo. Okay, I think I can just automate this because that's just out to the end. See all the exhibits, you might as well go down for the launch, less people. Also, you know that, like, this is just me being, like, someone who doesn't like to leave his house. You can also watch rocket launches on live streams pretty effectively. I know it's not the same as being there, but hey, nobody got to be on the moon. We got to watch the moon landing, so it's pretty close. Speaking of things that are cool to see on live streams. There she bubbles. Two night launches of the space shuttle. Now that, yeah, that's pretty cool. I could believe that would be fucking awesome. But yeah, no. As far as your rant goes, about my YouTube channel just being a vehicle for YouTube to sell ads, oh, I completely fucking agree, dude. Completely. Don't worry. I feel the exact same way. That could be a portal to hell. Probably not, but at this point, but better safe than sorry. That's what I'm talking about. Due to orbital inclination. Oh, that's now that would be worth taking a step out into your backyard for, or front yard for. There you go. Just being able to see the rocket launchers from your house. That's optimal. But yeah, I guess this entire rambles fest about ads has led me back to one thing, which is I would be super duper okay with paying like $100 a month to promote our podcast, but I doubt that we would get full agreements from the team to do that. So, although the only podcast that I ever hear ads for on other podcasts is Unleashed with so-and-so and so-and-so, and it's like a motocross podcast sponsored by Monster Energy. I mean, I guarantee you we wouldn't be able to get that budget from half the team. Arch. Like, I don't want to go into too many details. I personally would be totally fine with it, but I guarantee you we wouldn't be able to do that. But yes, that's what I was essentially referencing. Like, we could maybe get $10 each, but then, like, that's not enough that it wouldn't be worth it at that amount, right? So. And even that would be, like, stretching what I could afford. So. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't see it as worth it. Anyway, if you want to hear a pretty rad pod, there's a link to the podcast. That ad cost me nothing. Literally an ad for a podcast. Okay, so. Did I go up? Yes, I did. Let's dig up. Since I've cut it off at the bottom, the top side's safe. We got dwarves extracting metal strands. Make adamantine wafers. Adamantine industry is back up and running. It's like I shouldn't be worried about this. I'm gonna just poke around. Look for more adamantine. Oh, maybe we don't get a spire up on this side. That's a bummer. Let's check over on this side. But yeah, that's also one of the reasons, Arch, why I want the podcast to start making money, is so that we can just put that money back into the podcast. But, yeah, well. Hey, more emeralds. I'll mine those out. Speaking of, we can mine those out as well. Spring has arrived once again. God, I'm just staring at this volcano. Saving loading screen. The issue is now I can't actually see Dwarf Fortress anymore, so I don't know when it's going to be done saving, but... Done? No, not yet. Okay. Volcano? And... Okay. Still waiting. Alright, we're good to go. Spring's arrived. Dwarves go back to mining. Chat, anybody got any fun plans for the weekend? I'm just walking up a big mountain. We'll post pictures on Discord when I have them. Let's slowly mine through all this. Keyword here is slowly. There's something super satisfying about watching a whole bunch of dwarves mine in a small space. It's just super goddamn satisfying. Yeah, it's just still going. Got more dwarves becoming stoneworkers. Let's see, how many wafers are we up to? Only 2 still. Okay. But we do have shit tons of iron now. 41 steel. Steel. Spear. 10. Steel. Sword. 10. Let's make some more steel whips. Where's this in relation to us over here? Let's dig up there and let them just channel down so I can see more of up here. And then that way we'll have a better idea of where we're headed. After they mine out all this, of course. I have one of the songs from Proteus stuck in my head. I don't know the name of it. But for some reason, one of the songs from that soundtrack is stuck in my head. And it really makes me go, I want that soundtrack on record. But they're probably not going to do that until it's done. That makes me kind of sad. Let's mine all that out. Cut through this, cut through that. It's Thursday already? Yep. It's kind of what I thought when I woke up today, to be honest. It was very much a, oh wow, it's fucking... What? I mean, thanks. It's an odd notice to send me that I've discovered a cavern deep underground. It's like, well, I knew that. All right, so where is this more adamantine at? Okay, well, there's some there. That's mine toable. We can mine to that. Oh, I see. I know what we discovered. Where's the other one? Oh, no, that's the one we already went through. That. The other one. Game claimed that there was 2. Too many to not end up stealing from them. Most of the wagons exploded or something and the merchants tried to leave. Yeah, that's that. Like I said, that is a bit much. The most I've had is like not 18 different civs, but 3 civs, and that was already a bit much. I would actively say that 3 civs is maybe too much to trade with at one time. 18's a bit much. Tons of pack animal. Only 3 civs escaped with their wagons, it seems. Oh my god, only 3? Well, I mean, you're not wrong. It is kind of funny, though. Alright, where's... Okay, we're just gonna... Not a downstair. Channel out 1 tile right there. Go dig it, Dwarf. Go dig it. Doing this ain't great for frame rate, but it's fine. Hey, we're making masterpiece spiel steers? Yes. You know, I'm very much looking forward to the premium trade depots because they look so much cooler. I mean, I don't know where my screenshot for that is, but I'm looking for the trade depots for premium because they look so nice. Literally scrolling down the premium posts till I find that trade depot screenshot from last year sometime. Still haven't found it. Still scrolling. Ah, there it is. These. That's what they're gonna look like. It looks so much nicer. And supposedly the wagons are gonna like park alongside of them, and then they're gonna do the trading in the middle. So the dwarves are gonna bring the stuff to the 4 corners, and the wagons are gonna park in front of them, which is way cooler looking. Also, this is still the only screenshot we've ever seen of adventure mode. This is the only screenshot we've seen of Dwarf Fortress Premium Adventure Mode. It's the only screenshot we've seen of it. Here's a link to the post if you want to go look. Also, investments are open. Protect the wagons. They are an important part of the ecosystem. Wagon wood is a valuable commodity, though. It's the only way you can harvest wood from a living creature. That will never stop being amusing to me, by the way, that wagons are considered living creatures in Dwarf Fortress. That math seems sketchy. Isn't all math kind of sketchy? You just choose whether or not you want to acknowledge it. But yeah, no. I'm very much looking forward to Premium. The elven caravan has arrived. Realizing, been a while since we've heard from the mountain home. Mountain home still under siege. Seems like it is. Well, since they are marching at us from this spot, I'm going to send the Gilded Messiahs, the Disemboweled Sabers, and the Free Seals. We're just going to raid. We're going to steal livestock, free captives, and important treasures. They don't have any important treasures there. The Thief of Cover of the Occult Seduction. We're attacking their home base. Wish my dwarves luck, chat. Wish them luck. Because if they don't come back, we'll blame the ads. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but that's what we'll blame. All right. Your recent after-hours trading at Disaster? What did you do? Meanwhile, Diamond is trying to get 1 million tickets before he hits 1,000 hours of watch time. He's at like 993 or something hours of watch time. He's at like 700,000 tickets. And bet everything and lost? Ah, right. I love the fact that I leave my bot running 24/7 now, right? And relatively recently, people have started being like, popping up while I'm offline. And there will be like little flurries of activity in the chat where people are just like investing tickets while I'm offline. I kind of love that. Kind of really do love it. A migrant has arrived. You're a High Master Siege Operator, hey? He's 54 years old. Where is Pale Telp? All right, welcome to the fortress. Individual fortress joiner. Vampire? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, Let's see if you go drink. We'll follow this fortress joiner until they go drink. I need you to drink! Hey, Bomb Rex giving birth to a boy. Erel Erudib McSussy. You know, actually, you just joined the fortress, eh? How about... pop up at the bottom of the list? There you are, Siege Operator. I'm going to interrogate this dwarf. Just see what happened. I mean... We'll see. I don't know. This is kind of weird. This dwarf just shows up. Oi! Adamantine, praise the miners. Hey, that's what I was looking for. Look at that. That nice little suspicious portal to hell right there. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to get to, though. That's much easier to get to. Let's see how this interrogation goes, though. Illegal ticket investors, off-hours insider trading. All right, let's see. No new information was revealed, and they were too afraid to not comply. Probably not a vampire, chat. Probably not a vampire. And socializing. Watching an engraving demonstration. Seems to be a perfectly normal dwarf. Meanwhile, we're making adamantine wafers. Got 10. That's iron chain. Iron mail shirt 40. Iron gauntlet 40. Iron. Let's do high boots. Pig iron 100. Then we can make more steel. Oh shit, I've actually got a depressed dwarf. I want to practice some martial art, eh? Will you join the... Snail, you join the squad. Go practice some martial art. Get to go put on some cool armor. Get to go wear a lot of good equipment. Trying to decide what I want to do this evening. After we finish with this run for the day. Hard West 2's out. Oh, neat. People seem to like it. That's good. Fuck you, robot. I take that to mean that you didn't win? Oh, looks like Montana released for American Truck Simulator. And my squads have returned. So we went off to the Goblin Stronghold. A plank of nations slipped in to listen hatred undetected by the thief of cover. We made it in undetected and stole livestock. Well done. Well, so you know how we got attacked by a lot of beak dogs? We just snuck into the Goblin Stronghold, which has 5,000 goblins in it, right? 5,000. And stole 30 beak dogs. Rob, wait for a Humble Bundle. I might do that, but with all the DLC at some point, yeah. 30 beak dogs. Huh. Bot's been greedy lately. I think the bot's always been greedy. All right, so you went off and grabbed a named copper shield, a steel short sword. The other things, we're going to make an Ada sword, adamantine swords, 10 of them. All right, so if we were able to sneak in and out, we're gonna go do that again once all my squads return. So when all my squads return, we're gonna go attack that site. You got into an argument? Aw. Snail, please. Go crazy on me, you poor dwarf. What you playing over here? You're telling a story. How the Hall of Winter formed in Threatdweller in the year 220. 5 years ago, the Hall of Winter, a farmer's guild. Well, on the bright side, we've got 4 beak dogs on the map. And in a little bit, we're going to have 30. Meaning, we're going to be eating beak dog meats for a while, I think. We're going to be eating beak dog meats for quite some time. You know what? I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Ooh, good news. Chat. Songs of Six update just dropped. Sickness and health. Just what everybody always wants in their video games. Pandemics. It's in the beta branch now, it looks like. You said you should attach beaks to the boots and increased kick damage. If only it worked that way. If only. We're going to go trade with the elves real quick. All right. We're going to go attack the goblin stronghold with 3 squads. But this time, we're going to openly attack and destroy the site. Actually, you know what? Let's pillage. We're going to openly attack. Chat. Now, this time, we need good luck. Because they're all going back out. But this time, they're going to go attack. And they have a lot of units. If we don't win, I'll be sad. But if we make it back, it'll be glorious. By the way, Pilot Guy, you better post that beer because you're leading one of the squads. So, you know, if you die, that's on you, sir. They've all got iron shields and iron high boots and various other iron armors. So is Hydra Slayer, who did kill a Hydra. Killed 2 trolls total. 1 troll. Some Grundles, some trolls, a goblin. 5 trolls, 4 trolls, 1 beak dog, a troll. These are all the beak dogs that are now on the map that we just got for free. We'll be eating like kings today, I say. Millions of peaches. Peaches for dwarves. Millions of cherries. Apples and sand pears. And bayberries. Tonight we feast on the flesh of our enemies' soldiers in the form of beak dogs. You know, I'm kind of shocked that these plants are just like dead. Like it's just ash and snow. Maybe I need to wait until spring actually comes around for them to start growing back. I mean, we're into mid-spring now, but... Meditate on torture. Oh, lovely. I'm glad you have such helpful, positive hobbies. These dwarves are all depositing their less good armor, picking up new armor, and then heading back out. So I would say that this is a good thing overall. How are my dwarves doing, Socks? I have a question. Why is Socks sad? Anyway, my dwarves are doing fine. We're currently attacking and assaulting a goblin stronghold with 5,000 goblins strong in it. Today we fended off 2 separate goblin sieges and dumped a lot of lava on a lot of things. Been pretty good, I would say. I think that the dwarves are doing all right. We got like 1 or 2 depressed dwarves, which is understandable, but you hope I win? Well, we just like snuck in and out of their place without them noticing, so, and stole 30 beak dogs. So hopefully, yes, we can sneak in and out without them noticing. But currently, dwarves are in fact winning. But welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We are disposing of bits and pieces and all of that sort of thing. Trading. Taking care of stuff. Waiting for the Mountain Home representatives to come back so we can trade with them again. And give them gifts so that we might impress the Mountain Home and acquire more lands. But aside from that, you know, just chilling. Hanging out. Relaxing. Trying to deal with various crimes of espionage in the fortress that keep taking place, but... including at one point we had what do you call it? My captain of the guard admitted to his own crimes while interrogating somebody, which is kind of funny. Which I had to post a screenshot of on Reddit because it's amusing to me. Which was that. But yeah, I don't know. Chill day. No complaints. If anybody wants a dwarf named after them as well, I can also do that, by the way. Just gotta chuck that comment out there occasionally. Government corruption? Yeah, typical, right? Such typical dwarfy behavior. What's up, Blizzard? I need people to tune in and ask. You never thought that I would put your country in my tag list. Looking at my tags, visually impaired, visual ASMR, educational, no backseating, closed captions, English. The English is the language, though. Oh, unless you're talking about the title, because that's not a tag list. That's the title of the stream. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I've had that fundraiser going for 5 months now? And it'll be there until it doesn't need to be there anymore. I have a feeling it's going to be there for a while. I chuck money into it occasionally. But, yeah, it's not going anywhere. How many of those dwarves have left in that invasion? 4 more that need to leave for that pillage order. I think the last time you were in my stream was like 2 years ago. I could tell you when you were here last. 7/4/2020 was the last time you were here. So yeah, about that. Because it's now 8/4/2022. For whatever it's worth, I recognize your name. It's just been a while. But, Dragona, do you have any requests on dwarf type? Or job? I could send you to war real quick. I don't know. If you want a dwarf, you gotta tell me, like, at least what kind of dwarf you want. Like, what job. If you give me a job, I will give you a name. Oh, that coal's still burning. No preference? All right. Congratulations, you're an engraver named Zon. Dragon Man. Or Dragona. Dragona. He is bored after being unable to practice a craft for too long and doesn't feel anything after being unable to acquire something for too long and was bored, lonely after being away from family for too long and doesn't feel anything after being unable to be extravagant for too long, but was delighted upon watching a performance and was content after eating a fine dish and interested after learning about metal crafting. Is 61 years old, 8 years away from being nice years old, and is born on the 4th of Timber in the year 164. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is tied in a ponytail. His nose is incredibly upturned, and his very broad, round chin has eyelashes are, and he has a very round chin, and his eyelashes are short, and his lips are thin. His somewhat short ears are somewhat narrow, and his ocular eyes are slightly sunken. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his hair is pale taupe, and his skin is cinnamon. He likes platinum, Carillion, crystal glass, cave fish leather, and the color saffron, ducks, and for their quacks, and the sound of the future metal. That's my favorite metal, my favorite music in this entire world is the future metal. Every now and again, the dwarves will sing a song from the future metal. He personally sees freedom and independence as completely worthless, doesn't like America, and respects perseverance, and values eloquence and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He enjoys the company of others and is assertive and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He has a calm demeanor and does not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Socks, do you have anything specific you want? As we continue to slaughter beak dogs. want to see what happens when YouTube just decides to not? I have this up in the background and I look at it occasionally. I got 142 views between 4 and 5 p.m. Between 5 and 6, I got 71. YouTube's just like, nah. For a brief moment in time, YouTube just like went, you know what? How about we just like don't promote this channel at all for 30 minutes? The fuck, YouTube? I thought we were friends. God damn it. Definitely not the finest website. Gosh darn, I hope that those dwarves come back alive. Be sad if they don't. All right. Well, overall so far today, I gotta say it, this fort's been way more successful than I thought it would be. But since we actually have a rare moment of silence from our enemies, I think now is a good opportunity to begin building over here. Because I want to build over here a little bit and ship it back across. And then I have a thing that I want to do for this fort, but that part's kind of irrelevant. All I know is that I'm also constructing over here. And we can remove some of this. By some of this, I mean a large chunk of this. So now would be a bad time to get sieged. But a lot of constructions are going to get done. Because the other thing that I want to do for this fortress is I want to construct on this other side of the mountain and then build back all the way across and have a bridge going from over here to over here. That's something else I would like to do. Which means the dwarves are going to start shipping stuff right about now. Because who doesn't love just like the fantasy fortress image of having a fort and then across the way a second bigger or equally big fort? Because that's exciting. That's something I want to do. Also got to say, channeling that amount of stuff is a really good way to wreck your frame rate. Channeling, from my experience, is one of the more frame rate intensive jobs dwarves can do. Twin towers, but all dwarves. Twin towers, but oops, all dwarves. Let's also get rid of this. Oops, let's chop down trees, not the tool I actually wanted, which is that. This is going to take them a while. Now would be a real bad time to get sieged. Well, actually, no. We'd probably all be able to get back inside in time. And it would be fine. So is work... Pilot, I got a question. Is work tolerable today? I feel like every time I talk to you about work, it's just like, it sucks, kill me, blah. I hope that works okay today. Not just people being assholes. I am now drinking the final bit of my coffee for the day, and I'm kind of sad about this. Customers are dumb everywhere. This is true. You know, the one place they're not dumb, though? You know, hold on a second. Chat, I've got a not really a hypothetical question. Are you guys my customers? Because by that logic, Pilot just called himself dumb. Just thought I'd share that. You're not always right? No, then you're just a potential customer. Dragona, you're a potential customer. Today's dumb guy is mad that he wasn't around to get a package on 5 different days and times, so he doesn't have his stuff now. You know, that's me sometimes. A mountain gnome is fighting with what? You know, the number of... Okay. The number of times a random were creature's just fighting at the edge of the map. Were possum administrator. There was a were creature at the edge of the map that murdered a gnome and then left, I guess? I think that my map is so big, the were creatures can't even get onto the map. They just, like, get stuck at the edge of the map, die, or kill something on the map, and then leave. Like, supposedly we just had a were possum. I didn't even see it. Didn't even know. Yeah, you're not subbed, but you gift subs, which personally to me makes me think that you should really be subbed. Because the thought to me that you're paying for my stream but also seeing ads annoys me. Unless you live in one of those magical regions where you just get no ads, in which case then woo. I really don't know what to play this evening, chat room. I don't know what I want to play as the evening game. You've never seen one? Good for you. That's ideal. There also is Patreon, yes. So you don't necessarily need to be subbed. Technically, you could also be a YouTube member. I do have 5 of those now, for some reason. Well, subscriptions are critical to the operation of my business, I would say. If I suddenly had 0 subscriptions, I'd be losing about a third of my income. Maybe more than that, actually, depending on the month.
Player prop.
Props to the Patreon gang. Yes. The Patreon gang is... I make more from my Patreon than I do from subs every month. So if you want to know how much I make from subs, go look at my Patreon. But... that's not counting gift subs, though. I'm talking about just people who pay for a subscription for themselves. Gift subs are a different beast. Last ad what you remember was on the stream start. Yeah, I mean, like, if you tune into this stream, you'll see an ad at the start of the stream, and then that's it, because I don't run mid-rolls at all. And Twitch keeps offering me these ad deals to run mid-rolls, and I keep saying nah. So... give those dwarves a chance to go eat and drink. This is going to be a large circular tower, is what we're going to do with this. We're going to go give them a chance to go eat and drink. And then when they come back, we're going to start that up again. Maybe after they're done carving those ramps. Make 2 masons workshops over here. Actually, no, maybe not. All right, there we go. Poof. And the circle begins. But yeah, I am of the opinion that if you see more than one ad on my stream, unless it's like me doing a bounty or something, that's a bad thing. One ad is enough ad, and you can block it if you want. That's okay. Don't really care. Or if you live in, like I said, one of those magical regions that doesn't get ads, that's also fine. More construction begins. Continues? Maybe not begins. Also start building the wall. This is going to be a cool base once it's all done. It's going to take a while, though. I mean, we do have like 150 dwarves working on it and another 30-something going out and attacking the enemy. So we will, in fact, eventually prevail. Gonna take a little bit. We will have this glorious construction completed at some point. You only skip annoying YouTube ads? Yeah, I block certain types of ads. I block full screen pop-ups, and I block auto-playing video ads, but that's it. I block stuff that could disrupt from the stream primarily, and then I just will selectively remove ads that pop up on things that are distracting. But I actually have Twitch whitelisted, so theoretically I should see ads on Twitch, but vast majority of the streams that I watch, I'm subscribed to, so I don't see ads on them anyway. And the occasional time that I do see an ad, the first response I have to that is, well, mute the stream, tab out, maybe come back, usually forget, delete stream, go watch something else. That's usually what ends up happening when I see an ad, is I just close the stream and go watch something else. And it's never anything against the streamer. It's just, if I get stuck in an ad, it's like, well, I guess I'm gonna go see something else. All right, my dwarves have returned. Chat, how well do you think they did? Mission report, pillage, listen, hatred. Spring 225. The Plank of Nations attacked the Thief of Cover at the Occult Seduction at Listen Hatred. The Dwarf Kib, the Wispy Brigands, led the attack. The defenders were led by the Goblin Ispu, Ruthless Aims. Dwarf Kib outmatched the Goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Listen Hatred. Well, looks like we're striking down some goblins. The goblin Atu's nose was slashed off by Catan. Well, that's good. Also, Catan now has a name, the Held Volcano of Radiances. Looking for large fights. I'm trying to stop them from attacking my mountain home, because this fortress is attacking my mountain home currently. Tearing out. The concept of tearing out an eyelid is distressing. Welcome back, Stone. We've had an eventful day. You want to see the most interesting event from today, Stone? Have a peek at that screenshot. Lots of arms getting smashed, legs getting smashed, goblins getting struck down. We haven't had any casualties yet. That would be red or purple. Orzu's lower leg was ripped. Their arm was slashed as well. Goblin's lower leg was smashed. A goblin's hand, their left hand, was smashed. Hold on. The goblin Stosbib's mouth was smashed. Imagine having your mouth smashed. The disemboweled sabers, led by the dwarf Kib, clashed with 938 trolls. 938 trolls. Well, I now know why there's 5,000 population at this place. Let's see. Cuts mob. On their right eye was smashed out by a dwarf. Good for you. We slayed 10. So it can't be that bad. Not even, yeah, it was 938 specifically. I have a feeling this fight's gonna go on for a while, so I'm just gonna let it run for a little bit. I'm looking for squad versus enemy squad, so I'm not gonna read the single combats, otherwise we're gonna be here all day. I actually really like the way the text does its fade in this area. I think it's a really nice effect. Like dot, asterisk, cube, text. I think it looks nice. Turns out there's a lot of goblins here. The blue text is just us striking down goblins, by the way. These dwarves are all going to have a lot of kills by the end of this. To be fair, I've actually sent my squads against like 200 trolls in my fortress, and we won. So... oh no, the dwarf Kodal was struck down. So we lost a dwarf. We lost Kodal Dies Smash. Was struck down by the Mouse Demon. Lamb Lone Hate. The foggy jungles of Balding. Oh no, not in the foggy jungles of Balding. Hold on a second. Is the foggy jungles of Balding the name of the area that this place is? Because that's hilarious. Nobody wants to stay in the foggy jungles of Balding. But anyway, demon. We have a mouse demon, chat. Spotted. Busted. Don't do that again. Okay. At least you know that dwarf died to a demon, right? It's like, if you're gonna get struck down, might as well get struck down by a demon. Also, there's demons just hanging out in that fortress. Hey, we're fighting beak dogs now. I'm gonna see some beak dogs pop up. Goblin, 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 goblin. As long as it's goblins getting struck down and not my dwarves, we're good. This is gonna be a long fight. For reference, this fortress has a population of 5,000 approximately. Based on the 900 and something goblins, I'm assuming, or 900 something trolls. I'm assuming it's largely trolls, but. Did we fight all 5,000? No, we snuck in and snuck out the first time and stole 30 beak dogs from them. Now we're fighting all 5,000. This is a raid. We've like, or rather, we're pillaging them, which means we're trying to do as much damage as possible. Also, all of my dwarves are getting titles from this, like Catan Deep Letter, the Cobalt Violence of Infamy. The dwarf Logam's Smooth Panels, the Righteous Rust of Channeling. These are all religious titles that they're getting from their glorious deeds in battle. The dwarf Burr, Taxed Door the Fierce. That's a pretty good one. Taxed Door the Fierce. Pilot Guy, the Skewered Boot of Neutralizing. Pilot, you are now officially Shem, Pilot Guy, Rock Sculptures, the Skewered Boot of Neutralizing. Just so that you're aware. Oh man, I feel bad for this dwarf. Stackhood, Sever Lashes, the Torrid Moistness of Listen Hatred. The Torrid Moistness of Listen Hatred. Sorry, the Torrid Moistness in Listen Hatred. All right, you know, they're in Listen Hatred. The Torrid Moistness. Imagine being the Torrid Moistness. What's your name? I'm the Torrid Moistness. Torrid Moistness. Sounds like a comic book character. More goblins are getting struck down. Ripped apart. Manom Axe Truss is the high handle. I'm a high handle. These are all good titles. Also, Whip Paddler? Whip Dabbler, actually, is a dwarf's last name. One of my dwarf's last names in this fight is Whip Dabbler. Okay, where's this? When's this demon gonna pop up again? Somebody ran into it. Chat, investments are open. God. This is a long day for the 9th of Fellsight 225. I think the Cobalt Violence of Infamy is probably my favorite one so far. Skewered Boot of Neutralizing. Oh, there we go. The Gilded Messiahs, led by the dwarf Shem, Pilot Guy, Rob Sculptures, is a Skewered Boot of Neutralizing, cash with 928 trolls, slaying 9. The Free Seals, ably led by the dwarf Tekud, Paper Dives, clashed with 919 trolls, slaying 10. Oh no! Kubok, oiled labors, was struck down by the mouse demon, Lone Hate, the Foggy, in the jungles of Balding. Man, whenever they stray too close from the squads, they just get struck down by this demon that's patrolling the areas. We're now down to 909 trolls. Cybrek was struck down by the demon. Oh boy, this is getting bad. The dwarf geared Grattle, the boneless union's lower right back tooth was torn off by the most demon lambs. Demons hate in the foggy. Uh-oh. Pilot guy. Skewered booch of neutralizing was struck down by the demon lamb. And then the squads leave. Rest in peanuts, pilot guy. So we didn't win. But our KDA is much better. We did, however, lose pilot guy. What a goddamn shame. You know, I'm going to raid them again with the Gilded Messiahs. But I'm going to demand surrender and occupy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to demand surrender and occupy. If they say yes, I will lose this squad. So, wish him luck. Also, yes, F. Adding some new dwarves to these squads. Dreams of mastering a skill is a nervous wreck and takes no pleasure in her talents or appearance. Well, learn to be less of a nervous wreck. Also, apparently I have a Baroness consort. What? Oh, of Bodice Scourged. Right. Fisher Dwarf. Dreams of a masterwork someday. Dreams of raising a family. Would flee even the most necessary battle. Mastering a skill is a nervous wreck. Already added you to the military. Okay. All things considered, though, not the worst losses we could have had. Then can you request demon merchants? Not how the game works, unfortunately. I don't think you can request any non-dwarf entities join you, period. They have to request to join you. I mean, they're going to say no and probably kill that whole squad. But if they say yes, it will be hilarious. But you know what isn't hilarious and instead just beautiful and gorgeous? All of the people that throw money at my Patreon. But also, this beautiful volcano. Shoutouts to Iceland for looking hot. Okay, so with all of that aside, though, a few spots that are disappearing down here because the dwarves are working on it. And the construction's getting finished. It's glorious. Also, for anybody who's newish here, I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, so today is my last stream of the week. We still got some time left because we're only 9.5 hours into the stream, but I just want to shout out this other channel. Every single Monday, I do a 2-hour stream on that channel. So every single Monday on that channel that I just linked in the chat, I do a stream on. Blondalo? Hello. Or Do Blondilli? How do you say that name? Hi. Only a 9.5. I mean, we've got like 3 to 4 hours left. 2 to 4 hours left. All right, mission report. Let's see how this mission went. We tried to demand a demon surrender and allow us to occupy their fortress. We went there, and the offer was rejected. We demanded the unconditional surrender and proposed by the ancient beard was rejected by the thief of cover at Listen. Hatred. Well, do blow Naldo. Do blow Naldo. I think I got it. Hi. Welcome to the channel, where we're playing dwarfs. Lots of dwarfs. Lots and lots and lots and lots of dwarfs. All right, well, I think that's enough sieging things for one day, or at least for right now. Anyway, one season. Give those dwarves a break, because half of them are now legendary figures with super long names. Surrender! No, pretty much, yeah. But we now have Arch Nemesis, which is this place. Which is Listen, Hatred. Listen, Hatred! Kind of want to go there and steal their books. Let's just quickly raid them. Just default raid, don't take other items. And our not bad little fortress is just chilling over here. Like your mouse demon symbol? I mean, it's truly the split spit and image, right? It's that adorable face. Look at him. He's so cute. Demon's just here to play with the playdate, truly. I'm pretty tempted to take this playdate with me on the hike that I'm going to do on Saturday and take some photos of me playing on it at the top of a mountain. Because why not? You love that mouse. Why? I have a question. Do you love it more or less than this Canadian dollar? It's a loonie. See, it has a loon on it. I don't know why that's on my desk. But I have zero recollection of putting that on my desk. Absolutely no idea why it's on my desk. But it's on my desk, so. Does the Looney have Liz 2 on it? Liz the sequel? I mean, it has... Oh, here. Actually, this is easier to see. This camera's better. Has that on it. Assuming that's who you're talking about. And not Ms. Frizzle. Yeah, you like the mouse better because it doesn't have the queen on it. You know, I've never met the queen. I barely ever think about her. But she seems okay. She seems like a pretty chill grandma. I don't know. Of all of the surly old people that could be in positions of power in any country, it's like, I don't know, she seems pretty okay. She certainly doesn't seem like the worst by any stretch. Not that I know her at all. I think we're going to do some unnecessary beautification for a little bit, chat. How's that sound? Place that. Oi. This fortress is full of emeralds, so it's not just citrines. Beautification is always needed. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna build some roads, which are completely pointless in Dwarf Fort. Some of the tree grew back. Oh yeah, they'll do that. This area is still very sparse, but it is starting to grow back. This is where most of that mining is taking place over here. All should be pretty. You know, the prettiest biomes that I can't wait to see in Premium Dwarf Fortress are the haunted biomes where literal eyeballs and fingers grow out of the ground. The eyeballs are blinking. The best part about the blinking eyeballs is in current game, it's just like, it's a 0 that turns into a hyphen occasionally. They blink at you. They actually have like an active blinking animation. Can't wait until somebody settles in one of those for the first time, not expecting eyeballs and fingers everywhere. Because haunted biomes in Dwarf Fort are kind of no joke. And then it just starts raining vomit, and you're like, huh, and I thought LA was bad. I haven't been to LA in a few years, so I don't, it might be raining vomit there now too, but who knows, really. Mace Lord has bestowed a name upon an iron mace. Good for you. Although there is actually some practicality to building roads all over here, is it's going to make stuff catch into fire and spontaneously combust slightly less often. So much pathing. I kind of wish that that demon surrendered its fortress to me. That would have been really funny. But oh well. We'll pulverize them at some point. Until there's nothing but that one demon left in there. Ah, Feb's been possessed. It's a potter. Go grab something. It's raining malodorous ooze. Glazed Coast is still your favorite written out chronicle of a DF game. Yeah, I don't think I've read that one. World has passed into the golden age. Your world does? Which is the golden age? I don't actually know what the golden age means. I'd have to wiki that. It would be a major pain to do, but I think pouring water after lava and mining out the corpses of your enemies to make a shipment of obsidian swords to sell is the way to go. But then you have to see the bodies. I hard disagree. Doesn't matter what year it is, but less than 50% of all civilized creatures are mundane. There is no single majority. Oh, that's interesting. He just grabbed black bronze. That might have been rose gold, though. Emeralds? Golden Age was a time when there was various civilized races populated the world. Interesting. It's like an age of harmony when everything is kind of even. Huh. Neat. We've struck rose quartz, apparently. Means the humans are plentiful as they are the only mundane civs. Oh, so there's just a lot of... So it means there's a lot of humans in the world, is what you're saying. I don't know how good of an age that is, then. Humans is boring as... That's my take. Hold on a second. We have a swan? That's kind of cool. Chat, you know what I just learned? There's swans in Dwarf Fortress. Huh. Let's make that available as a pet. Let me have a pet swan. That's kind of rad. If somebody likes swans, they can has it. What do you pay? Yeah, it's like any bird. Keep your fingers away from it. Although people insist that geese are mean, and then there's me where there's multiple pictures on the internet of me lying down in the middle of a flock of geese with them stepping over me, and they do not care. Completely disregard my existence. Just like most humans. Completely disregarding my existence. Swans have the power to back up the... I don't know if I would call the Canada goose a baby. A gosling is a baby. A goose is a fully grown adult. I think they just realize that the humans aren't really threats if they don't attack them here. The only things that are actually threats are, well, dogs. Based on what they actually attack here, dog is threat. All right, now I can unpause, go back to this, can watch Feb the Potter. mundane creatures are real life creatures like elephants, so not gnomes. Gnomes aren't mundane enough. Pretty sure that there's a garden gnome that lives in the garden across from my apartment, but... That's one thing that I'm actually super looking forward to about Myths and Magic, is going to be the ability to generate a completely mundane world where all of the humans think that there's magical creatures everywhere and just play as that. It's like, oh, what are you playing? Just a lot of humans, but they think that there's magic and they're very superstitious. It's just like, oh, so real life. Got it. That's something that I'm very much looking forward to about Myths and Magic. It's just generating a completely mundane world. What's up, Averick? I mean, you said that the first time. Did you have to reiterate your bad joke? All right. Because it clearly wasn't funny the first time you said it. Comedy genius. I know, right? This is the sort of person who thinks that the pinnacle of humor is pull my finger. All right, let's do that for future doorway. Although, to be fair, pull my finger was pretty funny when I was like 3 years old. All right, let's go this way. I don't know. I haven't been to an office in like 8 years, maybe 9, perhaps 10. 2012? Yeah, actually 2012 was the last time I was in an office building. Yeah, it would have been 10 years. So I wouldn't know. Looks like the game decided to stop. Although, fortunately, we just moved over into a new season, so had a save very recently. I wonder what caused that. Weird. See how much of that construction I lost? Ah, basically nothing. Yeah, basically nothing. That's fine. All right, well, this time, I guess we'll just start building this again. But a little bit less intensely. It's probably like too much long distance pathing. We are in a larger map, like a really large map for Dwarf Fort, so it's probably got something to do with pathing. There we go. Let's let that do its thing. Leave the other pieces. We'll work on this over here instead. Yeah, I don't believe I've ever seen a world move into the Golden Age. But then again, I always try and generate worlds that have large populations that are just like spread out. So it's would probably be pretty difficult to ever move into a Golden Age for me. Hold on, I will read that fun quote from the wiki in a second once I'm done queuing up all this. It's Pocket World. Okay, a Pocket Worlds change in year very quickly. And the reason Pocket Worlds change is because they're so small. So there's not a lot of distance to cover, right? And so even, like, enemy armies can clear an entire civ in a very short period of time because, like, they'll have, like, what, 2 or 3 sites tops? Pocket worlds change in age very quickly. I generally generate large worlds, right? All right. Oh, there it is. There's a fun quote on the wiki. Toady from one quote in 2008's Skid vlog. I finally saw a world with the age of fairy tales, which happens if mundane creatures, i.e. humans, make up at least 90% of the world's civilized population. With the requirement that there are still a few fantasy creatures lurking around. In this case, it was a kobold cave, and their scouts never found, and I guess all of the fairy tales were about people having their crap stolen. Yeah, I mean, don't we still have fairy tales about that now? Like, in real life, of just, like, random spirits, like, running off with your shit? I'm pretty sure that's, like, a rather common fairy tale amongst the superstitious. There goes more of my unnecessary decorating. But yeah, Pocket World Year 5 would certainly do it. Also, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's followed the stream today. A lot of new follows. Cheers, guys. Ah, Fab's begun a mysterious construction. Would you look at that? Oh, hey! We're finally unchaining that human. Why are you bringing it? Hold on. Okay, this is an interaction I've never seen before. My captain of the guard just unchained a visitor prisoner. So a prisoner that was visiting from outside of the fortress. And I was wondering what they were going to do with them afterwards. And they've put them into cages. I've never seen that before. These were 3 convicted criminals that stole stuff from me. Did you know that they do that? I certainly didn't. Huh. I guess, like, oh, well, they're from Threat of Conspiracy, so they'll go do it again, right? Weird. Releasing? How about dumping into the lava down underground? I was just gonna kill them once they got out. I'm just gonna... They got lava to go into. I don't know what you're talking about releasing. Don't be silly. Come on. They did their time? They successfully stole artifacts from me. And then came back and tried to do it again. So absolutely not. Also, they're unfeeling zombies. I'm sure no one will miss them. They've been gone for years already. I just think that's a really interesting mechanic. I've never seen that before. I mean, I could release them. Are you really mourning the death for me throwing zombies into lava? Are you actually mourning the death of them? Anyway, we also attacked, or rather snuck into the Ticks of Aging of the Occult Seduction and stole a bunch of books. That's a really neat mechanic, though. I've never seen this before. Can't wait to throw them into lava. I don't know why there's a sheep in that cage, by the way. I didn't purchase any sheep. I like how they're throwing their clothing first. Like, what are they doing before they dump them into lava? Stripping their clothing off. It's like humiliation before... You're being whimsical, I figured. Humiliation before, death. Like, look, they're literally taking all of their clothes first. What a world. What a world. Anyway, this is the, oh, I guess we already did it. There it is. Anyway, Feb has created a, woo! Feb, the potter, has created Stuthis Drath, a lignite amal, and claims it as a family heirloom. It's worth 79,200 lead treasures. Fitting, as it's during a, a death sentence. The amal is a small handheld stone musical instrument that uses a leather bellows to send air through interior reeds. The desired pitch is selected using a ceramic keyboard. The instrument has a 3-octave range, going from mid-low to a very high pitch. The instrument has a rugged, muddy timbre. This is a lignite amal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned lignite cabochons and decorated with llama wool, and encircled with bands of black bronze and beak dog bone. This object menaces with spikes of lignite. On the item is an image of Threatdweller, the splattered defender, the adamantine mace in emerald. On the item is an image of Dastot, Studerim, the dwarf in beak dog leather. On the item is an image of Kubok, Elamino, the dwarf, and dwarves in beak dog bone. Kubok, Elamino, is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf, Kubok, Elamino, to the position of queen of the Plank of Nations in the early spring of 218. Glorious. I'm gonna make sure that my tavern can store all of the instruments, and it should get put into the tavern. So, whoops. Let's just pay attention to you. Yeah, all hail Queen Elamino. I hope Elamino tunes in again, so we can be like, yo, dude, you're the queen. What's a cool artifact? I'm a big fan of artifact instruments. Big fan of artifact instruments. I was kind of hoping we'd get another siege today, but there they go. Snail seems to be feeling a little better. All right, well, we're going to jump up here. We're going to put a bunch of bookcases up here. This is going to be the mechanical library. For some reason, I like building libraries in engineering rooms or in rooms filled with machinery. I don't know why. It's like, there's something about giving the dwarves a place to read that's just like, oh yeah, it's full of loud machines all the time. It just seems kind of fitting. Although I'm going to give them a better library at the other side once that secondary tower is built. That's going to be the actual library. But I need to finish building it first, and that's a ways off. Let's get this done first. Meeting location, assign, add, library, the home of tomes. That's so fitting. We have a library. And it's called the Home of Tomes. The Tome Home. The place the tomes call home. You need a tome? Welcome home. It writes itself. And from the library balcony, they can watch the dwarves running back and forth. And the soldiers training. I hope that you guys find this fortress to be entertaining, by the way. I've been quite entertained by it. What doors are we at? 177. What time of year is it? Early summer. Fall is when we trade with the mountain home, but last time we missed it because we were under siege. I'm glad, Taylor. I've been entertained by this fort almost as much as I've been entertained by this lava flow. You know, screw RGB. I prefer real life RGB. Or rather, it's more like O because it's just orange. But anyway. All right, now that all those bookcases are there. Yeah, they're storing item in location. Which is them running up there, grabbing all those books and items and storing them in the library. And then we'll find out pretty quick how many books we have. Although I need to make an easier way up to the library, because right now it's just that one tiny little walk. Well, actually, that's not true. There's two walkways. It's just that stairway over there and then that tiny little walkway, but they're all just going to take that tiny little walkway. All right, locations. There's 3 books. No writing material. He was confused dwelling upon being knocked out by a cave-in. Well, enjoy reading that Unknown Sun and Moon copy. Sounds like a Pokemon game. This is a goose parchment scroll. The rollers are made from hornblende. Written on the item is a manual entitled The Unknown Sun and Moon, authored by Klauvi Glossdwaved. That sounds like an elf. And the concerns the relationship between the lunar and solar year. The writing throughout is ornate and refined and artfully indulges the author's fancy, and the prose is great. Artfully indulges the author's fancy. Gotta love the author's fancy. That's how you know it's a good one. Still working on all them gauntlets. Looks like we must have finished those adamantine wafers. Or adamantine swords, rather. Alright, well, this is getting there. Also, this is getting there, too. Good stuff. Well, we've been streaming for 10 hours now. Good short stream so far. That is kind of sarcasm, by the way. A caravan from Icenomon has arrived. Welcome, humans. The humans are here to trade with us. We shall acknowledge their request and trade back in return. By giving them everything that's already ready to trade. As well as some socks, apparently. And here come all the dwarves to move the stuff to trade. Can I say that it's a little bit weird that the trolls are often wearing troll fur clothing? So the trolls wear clothing that's made out of themselves. It's like, imagine like cutting your own hair and then making clothing out of that. Isn't that kind of fucking weird? Like, I'm not trying to judge these trolls for living their lives with their culture, but like, I feel like if I saw any creature taking their own skin and turning it into leather and wearing it, or cutting their own hair, humans are gross. Yeah, but find me a human that cuts off their own hair and makes it into clothing. Actually, I'll bet you if you go into Google and type in woman chops off own hair and makes bikini out of it, you'll find a lot of pictures. When you're a person sheep. A person sheep? I'm gonna, like, process that sentence for a few minutes. Humans cut off other humans' hair and wear it. It's the wig makers. Okay, sure. But that's wearing a wig. You're not wearing, like, a human hair shirt. Okay, I'm not gonna have this discussion with you because it's not relevant to the discussion stone. Don't you mean Italian? Oi. Well, I'm not... It's still weird to me. If a sheep stood up on its hind legs, sheared another sheep, and made a hat and put it on, I'd be pretty disturbed. All right? You insisted on making that discussion, so I had that discussion. I would find that disturbing too. You're still unloading. Goddamn, unload quicker. Is this an artifact? No. It's just some indestructible quartzite mechanism that's still there somehow. I don't know. I stand by what I said. It's strange to me that trolls wear their own fur. The burned forest? Yeah, I know the forest did. It's the good mountainside that hasn't. It's like the burned forest grew back a long time ago. It's this area that hasn't yet. It's turned into barren rock. Although it's kind of okay. It's easier to see things on this nice gray charcoal than it is to see, you know, things on blue. Shiny thing. So, I kind of don't mind. Okay, sure. That just okay. You're saying goblins will do this, trolls will do that, and I'm like, that's not my statement. My statement is, it's weird. I'm not saying they don't do that, and I'm not saying that's not how it should work. I'm just saying, it's weird. You're taking my one statement far too seriously, Stone. What's up, Dobby Master Gamer? Been watching my YouTube channel for a while? Hi. Well, you made it to a stream. Only 10 hours and 13. Weird for us. Weird. Not for us, just weird. I'm standing by this. Weird that trolls make clothing out of themselves. Well, goblins make clothing out of the trolls and give it to the trolls, and the trolls wear it. That's weird. Probably not weird for them. You know, the goblins also murder all of the trolls the second that you embark as goblins, when you mod the game to play as goblins. Because the goblins ask the trolls, who are you? And because trolls can't respond, the goblins then assume that the trolls are against them. And then the goblins' response is to murder all of the trolls. Also kind of weird. Oh, you know. Trolls and shearers? Sure. Anyway. But welcome to the Twitch channel from the realms of YouTube, where things are a little bit more immediate and direct. And you don't have to hear my bad reading as often. But good to have you. Hi. We are kind of starting to get to the point of the stream where I wind down a little bit just because I have been on for 10 hours. Realistically, we probably have like 2.5 hours left. But not entirely. I'm trying to get to the point where I can trade with the dwarves again. And then at that point, I'll probably call it for Dwarf Fortress, and then we'll swap games. Coming at an interesting topic. Me just trying to like confirm that I just said that something is weird, and they're like, weird for us. I'm like, no, weird, just weird, not weird for us, just weird. Yeah, it's certainly not the strangest conversation you could tune into on Dwarf Fortress. It's also not the strangest conversation you could tune into on this stream. That quartzite that I used? It was conglomerate. I'm running out of conglomerate. I mean, I'm not running out of it, but running out of conglomerate blocks. Who are you is usually answered with violence in most action movies, so perfectly normal. What, like Vin Diesel? Who are you? Bonk! You know. But I assume that you watch the YouTube channel for the Dwarf Fortress news stuff. That's generally why people watch me on YouTube. Usually if people watch the other stuff, it's incidental to the fact that I also, you know, do other things. Your worst nightmare, Batman usually. More like less than probably. Who are you? Your worst nightmare. Sounds like a so you're Monday? You've literally had a goblin say, who are you? And I responded, who I am. And then they say, I don't know you. Yet they just asked me who I am. Yeah, the dialogue in adventure mode's kind of loopy. They're like, who are you? I am Lytas Bootskavens. That's not a last name. I am Lytas Boot Miners. And then they're like, I don't know you. But you just met me. I still don't know you. Ah. Some real damaged gloves. How much cloth are we up to? 656. That's a good amount. Pigtail cloth, all right. Cloth robe, 30. Cloth dress, 30. Cloth. Cloak. Clock? Cloak. 30. Cloth. Oops. Trousers. 50. Cloth. Glove. 50. Cloth. Mitten. 50. Cloth. Cap. 30. Cloth. Hood. 10. Cloth. Sock. 60. Cloth. Shoe. 40. Like dialogue in Plane Shift where it has like 3 scripted dialogue options, and if you type out anything unrelated, they tell you they don't know. Yeah, I mean, what's your mother's maiden name? I don't know. What's your social insurance number? I don't know. What's your credit card? No. Well, library seems to not be popping or anything, but there are people there. Feels satisfied after learning about diseases of creatures. Hey, we got 22 books. Would you look at that? Adventure mode is good if you have an idea of what you want to do. It requires much more RP. I think Fortress mode requires some RP too, but yeah. Adventure mode's great. I generally like just being a bard with a big mount, so I don't really need to worry about highway robbers. I just go around learning different poetry and subjecting others to my bad poetry. That's usually what I do in adventure mode, and it's generally a pretty good time. Did the mic sound cut off for you? Possibly. It's a very directional mic. If I, like, move this way, it tends to sort of cut off sometimes. But maybe. Occasionally it'll do that. You wish that you could build a fortress this well? This is an ugly fucking fortress. What are you talking about? It's just a big-ass box. It's like a Borg cube with lava in the walls. And some stuff underground, sort of. Like, I was going to do my bedrooms above ground, and then I just got lazy and did this. Oh my god. Magma forges. Yeah, and then it just kind of goes down to here. And there's where we've been mining adamantine down here. That's basically it. Like it's, I don't know. It's kind of a lazy fortress in a lot of ways. I was going to mine over here, and then I just kind of got distracted and didn't. Are you fishing? I don't know why this poet's just been hanging out here. This poet is very confusing to me. I've interrogated them, but they don't ever come into my fortress. They just sit here. Oh no, it's weird. It's weird! I will say that the coolest part of this fortress, though, is its defensive system, which is just this lava in this wall. I pull the lever that's in the very center in the middle of the temple, and then it just dumps down into this walkway. So anything in this walkway just gets demolished, and then with 2 lever pulls, I can seal the walkway off, and then I drain the lava out the back of the walkway down here. So this is probably the coolest part of this fortress. Everything else about this fortress is just fine. It's kind of mundane. Just, I have a secret. Don't build squares. Just remove the corners of things and they immediately look less square. This fortress will be way cooler once this thing's done over here. There you go. You did it, Stone. I was like, why is Dwarf Fortress not working? Because I still had Twitch chat highlighted. Did I actually get that in time? Nope. Well. No harm, no foul. It's over now, so you can't invest. We got a sage visiting. So something the way, I haven't fully decided how I'm going to do this yet, but I'm kind of tempted to just have a walkway going from this door to over here. Just connecting directly with this. Kind of what I'm thinking about doing, and then just having walls on either side. Clearly. The bot's like, wow, somebody hasn't woken up yet. I'm gonna decide if I like this look once I get this stuff constructed. Ah. Did fortifications rather than floors because I hit a capital F instead of a lowercase f. God damn it. Getting spammed, Gorf cancels, drink, job lost, or item destroyed. You have plenty of booze and goblets. All of the dwarves are trying to drink once, so one dwarf is trying to path and then another dwarf takes it. What's the structure for? Badassery? I mean, if you have a mountain, right, with a big fortress on one peak, and then across the way there's another peak, isn't the normal thing to build a tower on the second peak and then a big bridge between them because it looks cool? At least that's how I feel. That's literally all I'm doing it for, is I think it will look cool when it's done. That is the entire reasoning behind it. Kind of jokes aside, I'm trying to attract the queen to this fortress, and I think that this would be a good, like, throne room slash, I don't know. Put some statues on regular intervals on that bridge? Hell yeah! Absolutely. That sort of stuff. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is very similar to Minecraft in a lot. I was building on a haunted biome in this same world. The fortress that I'm referring to was all the way, yeah, this one right here. This fortress, the Fortress of Union Theater, which never really, the population actually went down when I left. It had about 120 dwarves when I left. But this fortress was a massive, like, weird cross-shaped thing in the middle of a haunted lake, surrounded by haunted forests. It was a resurrecting biome. There was zombies fucking everywhere. And it was a nightmare factory. And I had this viewer who was there at the beginning, and the first thing I did was chop down a bunch of trees, build a box around my dwarves, right? So that we had somewhere safe. And then we dug down and started constructing, right? And then that viewer came back an hour later, and I'd built like walls. I had a moat going down and underneath my fort, and I was dumping lava over the sides to like eviscerate lots of the most of the undead on the surface. And he's just like tunes back and he goes, "Oh my god, what the fuck? I'm over here trying to get good at Dwarf Fortress, and you're just fucking playing Minecraft in a haunted biome." Like that kind of happens at a point. Maybe not pedestals because birds could steal them. But statues, certainly. I have not traded with those humans yet. Did I just miss them? Let's grab some of this cloth, some more of this cloth, some more of this cloth. More of that leather. More of this cloth. More of that cloth. More of that cloth. All right, what else can we grab? All of their books they happen to have and their parchment sheets. And that'll be fine. So yeah, that's one of the most memorable things I've ever had said to me while playing Dwarf Fort is just, I'm over here trying to get good at this game and you're just playing fucking Minecraft in a haunted biome. It's like, you basically, once you get good enough at contorting this game, it just kind of ceases being any sort of semblance of challenge. Which is kind of a shame in a lot of ways, but... The other secret I have, Taylor, is just turn off the job canceled notification, which is also a thing that I do. It was not the last time I had Zach and Tarn on my stream, but the time before. There was a point where I can't remember what the question was, but it was something about automation. And Tarn was talking about how much easier it's going to be to like figure out what's causing canceled jobs because it'll teleport you to the location and there will be automated solutions and various other things that he was talking about with the premium version. And then he's like, so yeah, it'll be much easier for you to figure out and deduce what jobs are being canceled. I'm like, I already have a solution to figure out what jobs are being canceled. And he goes, oh, what? I'm like, turn off the notification telling me jobs are being canceled. Ignorance is bliss. He goes, well, that's still an option too. Could be a covered bridge. Nah, bridge is never covered. Bridge has to see sun. I do actually sort of have a large plan of a way to cause some major chaos with this bridge, but I have to be very smart about how I set it up. So. But yeah, this at the end here is going to be a multi-Z level tower with really tall ceilings. I'm going to have to build scaffolding and shit. It's going to take a while. But we'll get it done. I'm sure. Yeah, I think this looks rad. We're going to go with this. You want your dwarves to drink? Yeah, well. Drinking is important. As long as, like, how much booze do you have? Do you have plenty of booze? If so, you're probably fine. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Because we drink and we drink and we drink some more. Whoa. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics of that song. That's the only portion of the lyrics of that song that I remember. It's the real Mackenzies, and we drink. It's literally a song about how we drink and we drink and we drink some more. Whoa. 50 plus. Oh my god. Yeah, brew more beer. Jesus. Why so little? Good lord. What are you trying to make your dwarves die of thirst or something? Said you're on like year 5. Also, 50 plus, does that... Are you telling me you don't have, like, management in your fort? That's what that implies. You should have a bookkeeper keeping track of the exact number. So it shouldn't be 50 plus, it should just be the exact number. As they just drop cups everywhere? Give them coffers to put them. If you put them in the tavern. Automated queue each time. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many dwarves do you have? Because only one dwarf can take a drink out of a barrel each time. I found your problem. Only one dwarf can take a drink out of a barrel at a time, right? So normally they would just go to a different barrel. Each barrel contains 10 units of beverage. So that's 5 barrels. No. 5 barrels, right? So if you only have 50 plus drinks and you have 43 dwarves and like you need 1 barrel per dwarf approximately if you don't want to get that cancellation. I just assumed you had like 800 drinks like a normal dwarf, but like, I have 3,200 drinks, right? And I'm not going to let it go below, like, 1,500, ever. That's why you're running into that problem. Because you have so many more dwarves than you have barrels available. That's not too much of a problem. Do you ever increase the number of drinks allowed per coffer? Because by default, it's only 5 cups that they're allowed to store. You have to increase that number by going to the location screen and manually increasing the number. So you hit L, you go to location screen, you go to your tavern, and then for goblets desired, by default, it's 5. Hit A and set a big number, like 666, let's just say. And then they will put more goblets into it. So they'll also leave them everywhere if they have nowhere to put them. And if they're only allowed to store, let's say, 5 goblets in your tavern, and you have 5 chests in your tavern, it doesn't matter how many coffers or chests you have. And that also goes for musical instruments. So if like they're just leaving musical instruments in stockpiles, go to your locations, go to rooms. This is one of those things in Dwarf Fortress that's like not explained at all. Hit B for stored instruments and set a number. I only have 4 in the fortress, so they're all in there. So musical instruments is generally not a problem unless you're buying a bunch of them. So, yeah, when I say that I'm kind of I know too much about this game and it's becoming a bit of a problem. This is almost what I mean. Because, like, I don't know. I feel like I must come off like some sort of psychotic know-it-all whenever I talk about this game, but, you know, people don't quite go nuts. You didn't realize that with the tavern stuff? All right. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's exactly the same the way it works with the temples. Let's see. Are they still... Okay, so news and rumors has... Oh, nope, never mind. They're still invading my mountain home. God damn it. I wish I could offer support to my mountain home or something. Like send temporary soldiers over to them. Do I need supports? No, but I'm going to build one. I'm going to build them. I'm going to build them for my own sanity and aesthetics. I mean, stuff will collapse. It doesn't float like Minecraft, but it also doesn't have structural integrity, so it doesn't care if there's supports. Also, you know it doesn't need supports? Volcano in Iceland. It's glorious. Sorry. Whenever there's like a volcano erupting in the world, it becomes like a sideshow for my stream where I just always have a live stream up of it. And I'm always just staring at the volcano going off, going, ooh, shiny lights. I mean, like, to hell with RGB lighting. I just like volcano lighting. And then when I'm off stream, when there's volcanoes erupting, I'll just have all 3 of my monitors just set to volcano eruptions. Whenever I'm not streaming, it'll be different camera angles. It's like, yes. Or even just like multiples of the same angle. One time you actually had like 10 dwarves fall into the ocean and drown because a building destroyer destroyed something? Oh, you mean like it knocked over like something that was supporting a chunk of your fort? That's kind of rad. I don't believe I've ever actually had that happen because I've never like left that as an option for something that could happen. This is nice. There's just like constant small construction jobs working. Nothing ridiculous though. Yeah, I know that Tarn has like talked about structural integrity and things before, but against this, I'm starting to get worried about my mountain home just because they're constantly under invasion. Although what would happen if the mountain home got destroyed, it would mean either the king and queen would probably just suddenly move to a different fort, or will suddenly inherit the throne, which would also be kind of rad. I'm kind of okay with that. Although I hope it doesn't work out that way. And we have a petition available? Oh, yeah, the little goblin that's been hanging around. Sweet. So I used to stream 7 days a week way back when. And then eventually but I never streamed that long when I streamed 7 days a week. I'd stream like 4 to 5 hours a day maybe. Then I eventually moved to 6 days a week and then lengthened the streams, and then 5 days a week, and then I lengthened the streams again. And when I was streaming I did 5 days a week from like the majority of the pandemic. And when I was streaming that long, it was like, well, I'd stream like 40 hours a week, 5 days a week. And that was fine, but I kind of had a bit of a manic breakdown in the past year and just decided that because the way this job works, streaming isn't the entirety of the job. So I went from streaming 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, to streaming 3 days a week, 40 hours a week. And I basically have like 3 marathon days where all I do is stream. Like, yes, this long, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. And then the rest of the week is just like either super chill working on YouTube stuff or like camping or like hiking or outside and doing completely unrelated to stream things. So yes, I do stream this long. This is my normal schedule. I stream, I describe it as about 12 to 16 hours. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. You have a good night, Bastet. But like I meal prep 3 days worth of food, and it's I don't know. This is easier than streaming 5 days a week for me. It's also helped me allowed me to make the YouTube stuff a lot better. It's still not perfect. I wish I could do more prettying around some of the uploads, but at least the DF stuff that goes up is much better. Yeah, you have a good night, Bastet. Your laptop has a battery and your firewall has a universal power supply, but your Wi-Fi access points have no battery or universal power supply, so your internet goes out for about a minute when the power is... Oh, that sucks. I need a universal power supply. Those things expensive, though. But yeah, this is my normal schedule. I just only do it 3 days a week. So today is my last stream of the week, technically. And then I'll be back Tuesday. Although I do stream on Mondays for 2 hours because the publisher Hyperstrange has hired me to stream on their Twitch channel 2 hours a week on Mondays. So every Monday I stream for 2 hours. But that for me is like, I make a cup of coffee and I stream and then I blink and it's over because of how long my streams normally are. This is just sustainable for my weird, borked up brain. I've just been doing this job for so long, like, I don't know. It doesn't feel as crazy as a lot of people seem to think it is. All right, let's go this way. Seal this side off. I don't always stream Dwarf Fortress this long, though. Usually by this time I've switched to a different game. But, I mean, I'm going to swap games probably in a couple of minutes here. I'm just trying to get this basic structure done. So you're saying that your internet went out for a few minutes then, Frog? I need to get a universal power supply for this computer. And if I ever actually build one, a server. But that's still not quite... I haven't found the right deal on hard drives yet. I'll put it that way. I love how these dwarves are slowly wearing a road in along this because they're walking along here so much. It is a valuable cover basis. Yeah. I almost actually got a sponsorship for a company that makes universal power supplies, but then the company that was setting up that sponsorship went out of business and then everything fell through. Because I'm too small to actually like get proper sponsorships by myself, really. I have to go through third parties. So nobody will listen to me. That's a depressed dwarf. Still dear. Bit her after wearing old clothing. Well, dude, I'm literally making new clothing. Go get some of it. There's plenty. Probably also need to make more clother shops. Oi, somebody got jailed. I guess I wasn't paying attention. It's fine, though. He seems to love it. She feels repentant after being put in prison. This is actually like a nice little pattern. I'm liking the way this is looking. Although if I go up here, it looks kind of like a cartoon character's head or like a robot. It kind of looks like a robot. Look at that. I built a robot. Whoops. Oh well. It's fine. How's this dwarf doing? Frustrated after being able to practice the craft. No. You know, when you start sending dwarves off to fight at foreign sites, the kill count just skyrockets. You're fucking off to bed. You have a good night fucking off to bed, Bubble. Yeet. See you Tuesday. Around then, anyway. I need more clothers shops, I think. Can make an NFT out of this. I was thinking about saying that almost looks like a CryptoPunk, but I swear, if anybody starts making NFTs out of Dwarf Fortress, I will be very sad. And then I will encourage KitFox to do the exact same thing that Minecraft did, which was, stop making NFTs out of our fucking shit, you twats! But more politely than that. Which is basically what Mahjong... Mojang. Mojang? I don't even know. That's basically what that studio said recently. So, shoutouts. Because damn straight. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to channel around this whole thing and just dig it down one layer once all this flooring's done. Actually, I could just start doing that now. Whoop, 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 funk. Except not the part in here where I need to be. And there we go. Bobo was going to sleep before midnight. Meanwhile, you're sitting here at 4:51 a.m. It's not everybody goes to bed. It's traditional hours, shall we say. It's certainly everybody goes to bed o'clock. I will say that much. Definitely that time of day. For you, it's 5 a.m. Good morning. Are you up early or up late, though? That's the question. I feel like you're up late because you've been here for a while today, but I could be wrong. You're up late? Gotcha. I can't afford to stay up that late because I have to stay on a pretty strict schedule. Otherwise, I sleep through my work meetings. Does it matter that furniture isn't on floor or just aesthetics? If the floor is smoothed or constructed, it's slightly more valuable for the room, so there's room value involved, but I don't think that really doesn't matter for the majority of dwarves, because as long as a dwarf has a bed and, like, a coffer and a cabinet, they're like, oh my god, this worm is royalty! So, generally it doesn't matter all that much. Finishing a project that's been haunting your dreams for the past month? Well, that sounds productive. Yeah, the last time I stayed up all night was when I had a complete fucking mental breakdown and rebuilt my entire apartment. I, like, reorganized my entire kitchen. I moved my bed from where I'm sitting right now to out there in the hallway. Redid this entire background, so, like, you can see the wall down there, but redid this entire background with, like, foam paneling, so it looks just like a black void. Reorganized all my closets, rebuilt everything, moved my record collection, did all of that. And then now I'm like, not happy, but significantly better off mentally than I was previously with the old setup. Yes, and Kit Fox should do exactly what I said. Alphos. NFTs are really fucking sad. In my experience. All right. Especially when you're using other people's IP to make arbitrary money for no good reason. Are becoming a more unusual experience. That tends to happen with age. Older you get, the less frequently they happen. For me, it purely depends on how depressed / manic I am. If I am in an extremely poor mental state and very manic, sleep? What? Why would I do that? If I'm feeling functional and human, doesn't generally happen. I haven't felt great as of late, but also haven't felt particularly manic either, so that's good. I've been listening to too much Linkin Park recently. This shit's just stuck in my head. It's kind of bad, but also kind of great because I don't mind Linkin Park. Apparently there's a DLC for Avorion. Weird. Isn't that game still in early access? Does that mean they're running out of money? You know, I didn't like Avorion all that much, but that looks fucking rad. There's something about giant cubes in space. I think the reason for that is just my obsession with Star Trek, but like something about cubes in space that tickles my brain gears. When you start playing Linkin Park, you know that your mental health is on the decline. I don't know if I think I actually okay. So for me, Linkin Park is just like cheesy childhood fun. So not really. I think that if I'm putting on some Midwest emo, then I know that my life is my mental state is on the decline. A guild of mining. We have a miner guild. I like how they called it the Guild of Mining. That's actually a very fitting name for a miners guild. Hey, look! You know it's starting to become a dwarfy area when the children start playing make-believe close by. 5 years old. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She's often sad and dejected and has a very calm demeanor. Aw. Hang in there, kiddo. It doesn't get better, but you'll live. For a while, at least. Are you trying to find, like, a kidnapped dwarf? Dobby Master Gamer? So, chat, I have something to admit. This is almost becoming a fidget spinner for me. I keep on just, like, flipping up the crank and spinning it. This is bad. It's funny when a one-day-old is like, I want to take over the world and fall in love. I mean, don't most one-year-olds want to raise a family, take over the world, and watch the world bathe in chaos? I mean, like, I was 1 year old once, and I'm pretty sure that was my life goal back then. Either that or being an airplane pilot, one of the two. Although, one of my favorite memories was I was in some sort of elementary school job fair thingy, and they were like, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I said, play video games. And they said, that's not a job. Ha. Showed him. Got him. Only took a decade or two, but hey. Take that church job fair thingy. They never see it coming. It's true. To be totally fair, at that point, I was a little kid. It definitely wasn't a job back then. Ninja was still something that fortunately didn't exist yet. The force of nature known as Fortnite hadn't happened yet. We were so naive. Instead, since the son of a monarch, oh wow, well good luck. And that's tough. I don't think I've ever actually had a child snatcher make it out of my fort with a child. They always die. At least not in a very long time. It's probably happened at some point, but not in a very long time. All of these blocks that I've been making my dwarves make for the last entirety of this fortress are finally being put to use. Kind of feels good, actually. It's like, I didn't do this for nothing. Found it through Legends mode since it happened before your monarch came before. Oh, okay. Since then, oh, were they sad because they were being away from family for too long or something? That's quite the challenge. Also, I did a real quick Google search for Dwarf Fortress NFTs, And the only NFT collection I found, there's probably more, but the only NFT collection I found, from what I can tell, hasn't sold a single piece. So hopefully it stays that way. But I also didn't look particularly hard. They also include a lot of fan art that I'm pretty sure they don't have the rights to. That's fun to see. Yeah, I love finding out little factoids about monarchs through Legends. It's always a good time. Always go back to my favorite one, which was a queen that every single time, or every year she would get married, maybe a dozen times or so a season. She would always get married and then plot to murder her husband or wife. Murder them, and then resurrect them as a zombie because she was a human necromancer. And this continued for hundreds of years. It was kind of wonderful. One of my favorite things I've ever seen. She just built an army. And then eventually, her factions noticed that she wasn't aging. And her response to that was just to murder the people that figured out that she wasn't aging. She literally just like plotted to assassinate and assassinated them with her immortal lieutenants, which is badass, in my opinion. Speaking of badass, this fort looks pretty badass. Quite happy with this. I'm trying to think how I'm going to support this. I think I'm going to dig underneath this. Maybe have a pillar at the center or something. Put stairs kind of going up through a central column. And then build like 4 or 5 Z levels per floor. And that will be the big tower that you access by walking into this fortress and then walking along the long bridge. I think this is going to be a rad fucking fort when it's done. It's going to be rad. Hope the frames stay good. All the way into late summer. Frames aren't bad, but they're also not great currently. We're building we've built our first support, which is those 2 little yellow dots. And that's how we're going to do the supports, just those little yellow dots all the way across. But, chat, we've streamed like 10 hours of Dwarfs today. I think it's time to go run some cheese. So, what I wanted to just say is, if you've just tuned in for Dwarf Fort and you've been hanging out for a while, I just want to say thank you.
Cheese for everyone!
Yes, for everyone. Because this is the coolest job in the world, and we're saving. Perfect. But the stream's not over yet. I mean, we still got like at least an hour and a half, 2 hours left. Yeah, I saw you lurking. Cheers, audio. So, I'm going to wait for the game to finish saving, and then I'm going to save and quit. And then we're going to jump over to some Cheese Runner, which is a game that costs a couple bucks that we are taking over the leaderboards of. So we have Great Balls of Fire and Great Walls of Lava. Yes. 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 And Great Scott! That's unrelated. I don't know who Scott is, but also great, in fact. Yeah, like I said, we are cooling off with Dwarves for the day, and we're going to be jumping over to Cheese Runner and play that for like an hour maybe, do a couple runs of that until I get too hungry, and then we'll cool down with some music and chill, and we get to play Risk of Rain 2 Survivors of the Void on vinyl for the first time. There we go. Game is done saving. Means I can save and quit now. But yeah, no, this has been a long day at Dwarfs. A very long day at Dwarfs. So when people go, this used to be a Dwarf Fortress stream when I stream one other thing for one day, I can point to today and be like, look, Dwarf Fortress, Dwarf Fortress, it's a Dwarf Fortress stream. What are you talking about? Quit lying to me. But yeah. Great, Caesar's Ghost! Yeah, pretty, that too. All that jazz. As I hiccup. But if you're sticking around, if I could get around to beers, that'd be fantastic. Because for a few seconds here, you get lava. Now that's something to lava. Game done saving. Boop. All right. Time for something kind of different. Magma? Bother me? Annoy me. I should really change that command to something easier to get to. All right, so now we are in the correct directory. I'm going to put a ad here on Discord.